Welcome to Draft Utopia. Chris Ransom and Joseph Potter here, and today we will be discussing a few topics. NHL Trade Deadline. We'll update you guys on the group mock. The first 59 picks are in for that, and then after that we'll break down the rest of the first round of my MLB mock draft, and then we'll wrap it up with the American League preview. I could do American and National League previews next week since the MLB season opener is not until March 27th, and there's no international game that causes the season to start early. But the round of 32 for college basketball will be in 2 weeks from today at like noon. That's when like the early games start. So taking that into consideration, I am going to knock out the American League today with Joey. But let's start with the NHL Trade Deadline. And I will go through every team, but first I'm going to talk about the biggest move that happened in depth, and then I'll talk about what teams bought, sold, etc. But I'm going to start with the Dallas Stars, Carolina Hurricanes, Mikko Rantanen trade, because we talked about this a few months ago when Colorado moved Rantanen to Carolina. Apparently, Carolina could not get Rantanen to sign a long-term contract, so what do? They flip him to another team, and the team they flip him to is the other team that had interest in acquiring Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars. And the trade package involves Logan Stankoven, a 2021 second-round pick that's blossomed in Dallas. It involves 2 first-round picks and 2 third-round picks, 26 and 27 first. The 27 first is conditional. It is top 10 protected. If for some rare reason the Dallas Stars do poorly enough to get Landon DuPont, that pick is protected and would convert over to 2028. So not an entirely bad deal, and this is considering this is the only player the Dallas Stars are paying over $10 million a year right now. They're paying him $12 million over 8 years, Mikko Rantanen. That's not a bad haul. And the other thing is, Dallas has a core of their guys locked up. They gave Wyatt Johnston a 5-year extension, $8.4 million. They're paying Rupe Hintz $8.45 million until 2031. They're paying Mikko Rantanen $8.45 until 2029. They're paying Esa Lindell for 5 more years. They're in a very good spot to where they still have $12.6 million for this offseason in 25 in cap space, and they can bring back either team captain Jamie Benn. They can bring back Maverick Bourque on a team friendly deal. They can bring back Matt Duchene. There are a few options, a few routes to go. But overall, they're in a great spot. And then in 26, the Dallas Stars have $52 million cap space. That's even after paying Mikko Rantanen $12 million a year and giving Jake Ottinger, their goalie, an 8-year extension. So they have $52 million, but they are going to have to pay Jason Robertson and Thomas Harley extensions because they're both RFAs in 26. So Nil might handle that this summer. But yeah, the Dallas Stars GM might win the Jim Gregory GM of the Year award for a 3rd year in a row now. No first-round picks until 2028, barring a top 10 selection in 27, but I doubt that's going to happen. Dallas just has too much working in their favor right now to be picking in the bottom 10 of the NHL draft anytime soon. Not saying they'll win a Stanley Cup, but at the same token, they just have too many stars, too many young players, too many assets to where I see them finishing in the bottom 10 in the 26-27 season. If they have as many injuries as the Browns did, it's possible it could happen. But I just think given the circumstances of where the franchise is at, it's extremely unlikely. And for the Hurricanes, this isn't a bad return. This is a really good return, actually. 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks in 26 and 27, Logan Stankoven. This is a very good return for Carolina. So and if this Mikko Rantanen, if he does not play like the Rantanen in Colorado, he plays like Rantanen did when he struggled in Carolina, Hurricanes may very well end up on the winning end of this deal. But that was the biggest trade that went down yesterday. Do you have any thoughts on that before I dive into some of the teams and some of the moves they made?
Not really. Trying to keep from running over children at the moment that are not paying attention to things. But trade is, I think you sent me that trade. That was one of them you sent me, and it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good deal at the time.
Yeah, for both teams.
I will that.
All right. The Boston Bruins are doing a teardown. I'm going to get into some of the teams in depth. I'll start with the Atlantic Division. The Bruins are doing what I like to call the Cleveland Browns teardown. They trade their captain, Brad Marchand, to the Florida Panthers, who I'll get to in a few minutes because they're in the Atlantic Division, but I'm going in alphabetical order. They also traded Charlie Coyle, their third-line center, to the Avalanche for a second-round pick, and they traded Brandon Carlo, one of their three best defensemen, along with Hampus Lindholm and Charlie McAvoy, to the Toronto Maple Leafs for a first-round pick. So the Bruins, they fired their coach midseason. Don Sweeney has just not been good at drafting. I mean, the only picks he hit on were Charlie McAvoy, 2016 first-round pick, and Jeremy Swayman, a 2017 fifth-round pick at goalie. McAvoy was a defenseman. He hit on Carlo, too, but then he traded him away. But, yeah, the Bruins, and it's gotten so ugly that Don Sweeney refused to name a team captain after trading away team captain Brad Marchand to the Florida Panthers, the team that knocked out the Bruins the last 2 years in the playoffs. So the Bruins feel like they're doing a complete teardown because when Brad Sweeney got there, the Bruins had stability. They had somewhat of an identity. They had Zdeno Chara at defenseman. They had Patrice Bergeron at center. They had David Pastrnak, a young, promising rookie at right winger, who's now the only veteran on that team outside of McAvoy and Swayman. And they had Brad Marchand at left winger. And they had an identity. They were a team that had a Stanley Cup Finals win during Tyler Seguin's rookie year before he got traded to Dallas in 2013. And they had Dougie Hamilton also in the developing, but then he came up for the 2013 Stanley Cup. But the Bruins, they just feel like a team now that Chara and Bergeron and Krejci, all those core players they had for so many years when Sweeney got there, retired. Now it just feels like they're doing a Cleveland Browns teardown. It feels like they're going to go into a total rebuild.
Because the Cleveland Browns seem to have a plan for their teardown. There seems to be no plan here. Okay. So I think you're being generous a little bit because you're looking at this as they have a plan, and I'm seeing no plan at the moment.
And they might fire their head coach. And they're picking 9th in the draft right now at this point. They have the 9th pick in the draft. So if they don't win the lottery, we're talking about a multi-year rebuild. We're talking about a multi-year rebuild, at least with the Pittsburgh Penguins. I know Urinating Tree doesn't want to do Days of Our Penguins, but at least the Penguins still have Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang. That's more than you can say about the Bruins right now. This feels like a complete teardown. It's gotten so ugly that David Pastrnak might demand a trade. That's how ugly it's gotten in Boston. And he's your best player, so you can't allow that to happen.
Yeah, so it's not a Brown teardown because, let's face it, the Browns aren't tearing it down completely. Obviously, the Bruins are. So it's like, come on, dude. It's like you're being generous to the Bruins right now. And I can understand it. The Bruins have been a model franchise for a while. But there's the thing to think.
Yep, if Don Sweeney gets retained, he's going to join the Joe Schoen VIP Club, the League of Extraordinary General Managers featuring Giants GM Joe Schoen. I'm kidding. Bruce Cassidy, the Bruins GM, and Joe Schoen, the Giants GM, might be the two worst GMs in sports, Joey. Because Cassidy inherited a very good situation with the veterans he had on the Bruins when he first got there. That's the main reason he kept his job for a decade, even though he was never very good at drafting.
Yeah, I'm not really sold on him too much right now because you don't take a model franchise and turn them into dust and then expect praise for it.
Yeah.
Those type of things don't happen.
Might be Don Sweeney, but yeah. Either way, the Bruins GM's probably out. Buffalo Sabres, they made a trade. They traded their 2019 first-round pick, Dylan Cousins, to Ottawa. And this is an interesting trade because I did not think he would get traded. He would get moved, but they have traded him to Ottawa. Ottawa's on the brink of a playoff spot, but this is not the Buffalo Sabres did not come away empty-handed in this deal. They got Josh Norris, the Ottawa Senators' second-line center, and Jacob Bernard Docker, a 2020 first-round pick, or a 2019 first-round pick. That Bernard Docker was drafted by Ottawa, but was he a Bernard Docker's? All right, so I thought he was a 2020 first round pick. It may have been 2019, but I'm going to look. It was 2018 actually. But Jacob Bernard Docker was drafted 26th overall in 2018, so he gets sent to Buffalo, and Josh Norris gets sent to Buffalo for Dylan Cousins. And Dylan Cousins is in the second year of a 7-year contract that is paying him $7.1 million a year. I think it's a little too early to trade a player like that, but at this point, Buffalo, they're trying to win now. They're trying to shake things up, and whatever they're doing, it's just not working. And Cousins, 31 points with the Sabres this year. He goes to Ottawa for Josh Norris, and Norris actually, I think, had more points than the. I think Josh Norris actually had more points than Dylan Cousins. Yeah, he has 33 points. They're both in their 20s. So I really don't understand this deal in hindsight. I think, it's Josh Norris was San Jose's 2017 first-round pick. He got sent to Ottawa in the Erik Karlsson trade that sent Erik Karlsson from Ottawa to San Jose before San Jose traded Karlsson to Pittsburgh. So, yes. This might be a trade the Sabres won in the long run, but definitely I think Cousins has the highest ceiling of these three players, but Buffalo did get a good return on that trade. I'll say that much. They got a better return than what the Bruins got, which just felt like a complete teardown. So I'll say that much about the Sabres, but I don't think they're going to be contending anytime soon. The Red Wings, they traded they got Craig Smith, who was the Dallas Stars fourth line right winger who signed with the Blackhawks, and Blackhawks starting goalie Peter Mrazek for Joe Veleno. Mrazek did a good job initially in 23-24 before he got a 3-year extension, but the Blackhawks had the luxury to trade Mrazek because they acquired Spencer Knight, the Florida Panthers 2019 first-round pick, in a big trade I'll get to. Happened last Saturday, but, right now, the Red Wings are trying to do whatever they can to save their season, because this is a team that was, at one point, was on the brink of getting that last wild card at the beginning of the new year, but now that's kind of slipping away. But they played 63 games out of 82. They've got 66 points. Right now, the Ottawa Senators, 61 games played, 67 points, only lead the Red Wings by a game. It's very tight in the Eastern Conference. Really, the only teams trailing the Senators by 10 or more points is the Buffalo Sabres. 54 points, 61 games played. The Pittsburgh Penguins have played 65 games, the most of any team in the Eastern Conference, and they only have 58 points to show for it. Penguins are on the brink of being eliminated from contention, but they're not mathematically eliminated yet, and as long as they have their core guys, you can't really count them out. But at this point, I would say, it's a very tight race in the Eastern Conference for that last wild card. Columbus ended up supplanting the Red Wings because heading into last Saturday's Stadium Series, the Red Wings had the wild card one spot pretty much locked up, but then they lost. The Blue Jackets. So, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the Detroit Red Wings, because they were a team that looked like they had one of the wild cards locked up a little bit earlier in the season, but ever since they lost 2 in a row to Columbus has sort of supplanted them as the first wild card. And, it'll be interesting to see if that holds up. The Florida Panthers, They ended up making two big trades. I would argue outside of Dallas, who traded a first-round pick to San Jose for Mikael Granlund and Cody Ceci, and then 2 first-round picks for Mikko Rantanen. Biggest team in terms of trade acquisitions outside of the Dallas Stars is the Florida Panthers. They traded goalie Spencer Knight and a 2027 first-round pick to Chicago for Seth Jones. Seth Jones drafted 4th overall in the 2013 draft behind Nate McKinnon and Alexander Barkov, who's the captain of the Florida Panthers. He was drafted by the Nashville Predators. He ended up on the Blue Jackets after a trade with the Predators. No, he ended up on the Canadiens after a trade with the Predators, and then he ended up on the Blue Jackets, and then he ended up on the Blackhawks after he became a UFA, and the Blackhawks paid Seth Jones $9.5 million a year. Turns out Seth Jones isn't the player he used to be. So Florida decides to take on that $9.5 million contract because Matthew Tkachuk's on long-term IR. That freed up $10 million in cap space. It gave the Panthers the flexibility and the luxury to take on that contract. And, there were really only 2 teams Seth Jones would waive his no-trade clause for, the Florida Panthers and the Dallas Stars. The Dallas Stars did not want Seth Jones. They did not want that lengthy contract hemorrhaging their ability to keep all these young guys they drafted long-term. So Florida ends up getting Seth Jones, and that's probably best for the Blackhawks, because if you're the Blackhawks, you don't want to trade a player who's basically your best defenseman and your most experienced veteran defenseman to a team like Dallas, who's your division rival. You don't want to do that. So this trade probably worked out well for both parties. And the other big trade the Panthers made that we mentioned earlier, the Brad Marchand trade, the Boston Bruins captain, now a Florida Panther. And right now, Matthew Tkachuk, he's on long-term IR. He's not expected to be back until June. If he's back until June and the Panthers are playing in June, there's a good chance they're going to have a shot at repeating for the Stanley Cup. But at this point, that's not the case. And I'm kind of curious what the Panthers' lines look like. The line combination for the Florida Panthers. I'm kind of curious as to what it looks like now that the trade deadline's over. So Sam Reinhart, Barkov, and Verhaeghe are still in the first line. I would imagine Brad Marchand becomes the second line left winger behind Verhaeghe. But Florida's first line of Verhaeghe, Barkov, and Reinhart's going to remain intact. That was their first line in last year's Stanley Cup win. And when Tkachuk returns, they're going to have Marchand, Bennett, and Tkachuk on the second line. That top 6 is going to be a motherfucker to deal with. I'm just saying, Joey, that top 6 is going to be a pain in the ass for any team to deal with. Even a team with as many good defensive players as Dallas is going to have challenges with Florida's top 6 once Barkov comes back. But Florida's second line right winger is on IR. And right now, Forsling, who was a second line defenseman last year on the top line with Ekblad, playing well. And Seth Jones is on the second line playing well with Nico Mikkola. And Kulikov and Nate Schmidt have done well as third-line players with Florida. I did not think they would be able to reload defensively, but Florida, you trusted the free agents Bill Zito brought in, the GM of the Panthers. I didn't. Looks like you were right on that because Kulikov and Nate Schmidt have played well in their roles. So we'll see what happens. But Florida taking a win-now approach, an all-in approach. And if Brad Marchand plays well in the playoffs, that 2027 second-round pick the Bruins got becomes a 2028 first, meaning the Panthers would not have a first-round pick until 2029. So, yes, by making this trade, the Florida Panthers essentially extend their cup window this year. I think their cup window is probably going to end after this year, but by making these trades, they extend their cup window another year. And 2 big moves with Seth Jones, first-line defenseman of the Blackhawks, and Brad Marchand, first-line left winger and captain of the Boston Bruins. So 2 really big moves for the Florida Panthers. You want to comment on either of these before I get to the Montreal Canadiens? I'm not even sure the Canadiens did anything at the trade deadline, to be completely honest.
Well, my big comment is, I told you so. I told you so. And since I'm not going to say that, I mean, I got to take my kudos. But I'm not going to say I told you so. So all you, man.
All right. But those were big trades, though. I mean, I was kind of curious what you thought about the trades, but yeah.
I did like the trade. I really like what Florida did. And that's why I said I'm not going to say I told you so, even though, I told you so.
Yeah.
With their general manager. So
yeah, Joey's sort of.
Trying to be nice for it.
Yeah, Joey's earned the right to say I told you so, but he's being generous to me about this, the way I was being generous to the Bruins. So no, the Canadians did not do anything at the trade deadline. They promoted Owen Beck from the minors. They demoted Logan Malou there to the minors, but minor leagues AHL. But yeah, Montreal didn't do anything. We already kind of talked about Ottawa's trade with Buffalo. I don't think we need to dive too much into Ottawa again, but I'll look at Ottawa Senators transactions. Maybe they did something else, but I don't think. I think they basically did. I think they pretty much. Oh, they did do something else. They made a trade with San Jose. They got Fabian Zetterlund, Tristan Robbins, and a fourth-round pick from San Jose for Zach Ostapuk, Noah Gregor, and a 2025 second-round pick. And the Senators ended up clearing 600,000 cap space. The Sharks end up taking on 600,000, and yeah, so they made a few moves. They're trying to hold on to that last wild card, but it's a rat race for that last wild card because right now it looks like Columbus is going to take on Florida, but that last wild card and who plays the Capitals, that's up for grabs. Ottawa's at 67 points. The New York Rangers are at 67. The Canadians are at 66. They've drafted a lot of good young players under Kent Hughes, but they're standing pat. They didn't do anything to try to separate themselves. And look, I think Montreal, they're positioned well. Boston College is the number one team in college hockey. The goalie they drafted, and I know the Montreal Canadiens, Jacob Fowler. I loved Fowler coming out of the Youngstown Phantoms. Boston College is the number one team in college hockey, and Fowler's had a really good sophomore season at Boston College. So, I mean, yeah, he's improved his goals against average from 214 to 167 and his save percentage from 926 to 939. And he has 6 shutouts this year versus the 3 he had as a freshman. So, yeah, Fowler's made a big leap in year 2 at Boston College. I would probably keep him for a third year at Boston College before signing him, but you could sign him now with the confidence he's gained. But you would think he's going to gain even more confidence next year at Boston College. But yeah, Montreal can play the long game because they're not really going to be contenders as long as until Jacob Fowler arrives. I really don't see the Canadians as Stanley Cup contenders. They might play well enough to get the last wild card, but they're really not going to be a threat in the playoffs until Fowler arrives. And they could play the waiting game because they're not doing poorly enough where they need to trade away players they drafted and blow up the team, but they're not playing well enough to where they can get that last wild card yet. So they're kind of in purgatory, but they're in a better version of purgatory than the Boston Bruins, to put it lightly, because there's at least some core guys you can build around. Nick Suzuki, Cole Caulfield, Jirov Slavkovsky. You've got that top line locked up until 27-28. Everyone on that top line at forward, that's a really good top line to have. I kind of skipped the Canadians, but yeah, they really didn't need to make a big move. We talked about Ottawa's trade with San Jose. Let's get to the Tampa Bay Lightning. I sent you the trade on Wednesday. They traded 2 first-round picks to the Seattle Kraken for Yanni Gourde, a player who helped them win the 2020 Stanley Cup over Dallas before they shipped Yanni Gourde to the New York Rangers. And they also got a player that, was drafted by the Blue Jackets that ended up going to the Kraken in the expansion draft. So they do not have a first-round pick until 2028 now. Just like the Panthers, just like the Dallas Stars. That's interesting, though, that none of those teams have.
That tells me right there is like they're either going to get to the Stanley Cup this year or they just wait to keep it. Is because of the nature of the NHL, kind of like the nature of what the NFL used to do was before they would trade all these picks, back in the 80s. It was like, you trade 2 first-round picks, you better be going to the Super Bowl within the next 2 years. Same thing with the NHL right now. They may be going to the Stanley Cup within the next 2 years. They're trading 2 first-round picks. It's not like it is in the NBA where first-round picks are like, don't get a first.
They trade. Yanni Gourde only has 18 points. Oliver Bjorkstrand, the other player they traded for, has 38 points. But Gourde was a big reason they won the 2020 Stanley Cup. So I can get behind them trading for Gourde, but he's in his 30s now, only 18 points. At least Dallas traded for a player that, Dallas had to give up 2 first-round picks, but they got a player who is coming off back-to-back 100-point seasons, who has 70 points, more than anyone on their team. And they got that player who's 28 locked up to an 8-year deal. At least you can understand Dallas's thought process in trading 2 first-round picks away, because Jim Nils hit on every first-round pick from 2017 to 2024. They have a lot of core guys locked up, no UFAs till 2029 as far as the young players Nils drafted. You can understand why Dallas made that big swing. Tampa, neither player has 40 points. Neither player they traded for has 40 points. And they just gave up 2 first-round picks. So, and they let Stamkos walk and sign with Nashville. I mean, Tampa Bay, they have to at least get this right, because if they don't, I feel like they're the 3rd best team in this division. I think Florida, your pick to win the Cup again, and Toronto, my pick to go to the Stanley Cup, are the 2 best teams in the division this year. But hey, Tampa Bay had to do something to close the gap on Toronto and Florida. And I do think at the end of the day, the Eastern Conference champion will come out of the Atlantic Division. I did have the New Jersey Devils going to the conference finals in the preseason. I'll get to the Devils in a second. We'll talk about Toronto first. But Toronto, they got Brandon Carlo. Brandon Carlo, the Bruins defenseman, for a 25 first-round pick. And look, the Maple Leafs, they've got Craig Berube, a coach who won the Stanley Cup with the St. Louis Blues in 2019 in his first year as head coach. And they've got Matthew Nyes, Mitch Marner, Austin Matthews on the top line. It's a very good first line. John Tavares is on the second line with Nylander and Pontus Holberg. They got Scott Laughton from the Philadelphia Flyers. Philadelphia Flyers, first-round pick in 2015, is now the third-line center, complimenting Max Doby and Bobby McMahon. And you got, I don't like Toronto's fourth-line forwards, Stephen Lawrence, David Camp, Collie Yarncroc, but their defense is very good. Brandon Carlo and Morgan Riley are on the first line. Simon Benoit, former Penguins second-round pick that never panned out in Pittsburgh, is on Toronto as the second-line defenseman with Jake McCabe. And then you've got Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who was on the Panthers last year, and Felipe Myers on the third line. Chris Tanev is currently injured, I think. Tanev's on this team too, because remember, Chris Tanev, he was a big part of Dallas last year with blocked shots. Tanev signed a 5-year contract with Toronto. Yanni Hakanpää is also a former Dallas Star on this team, but they're both on IR at the moment. Max Pacioretty. Florida really doesn't have that big player on IR, and Toronto does. I did not know Tanev was on IR. That does change things, because if Tanev, who had over 100 blocked shots with the Dallas Stars after last year's trade deadlines on IR at the start of the playoffs, I'm not sure Toronto beats Florida. I think if he's back, they got a shot. But if he's out, Florida's going to win that series. We're in agreement on that. But if he's back, I do think Toronto has a shot to steal a series against Florida, because Tanev being out for Toronto and the trades Florida made at the deadline this year kind of tipped the scales back in Florida's favor. So that's all I'll say on that. We got anything else we need to cover as far as the Atlantic Division goes? Because I thought Toronto made some good moves to close the gap on Florida, but if they're going to win the Eastern Conference, they need Tanev back for the playoffs. If he's back and he's healthy, I think they've got a shot to beat Florida. It just depends. Carolina Hurricanes, we mentioned they got Logan Stankoven. What other trades did the Hurricanes make, because everyone's saying the Hurricanes were the biggest loser of the trade deadline. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I'll look and see what other transactions they've made. They got Mark Jankowski from the Nashville Predators for a 2026 fifth-round pick. Tyson Yost was activated from long-term IR. I mean, they got Taylor Hall from the Blackhawks and Avalanche in the three-team trade, but they sent Martin Nikas to Colorado. I mean, I know Carolina's currently the number 2 seed in the Metropolitan Division, but it's interesting because their blue line, I thought their blue line was going to suck after a lot of their core guys reached free agency. They're playing a lot better than I thought they would, but I don't really view Carolina as a serious contender this year.
No, but that trade combination was kind of a wash, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they got Taylor Hall from Chicago in the trade that sent Martin Nikas to Colorado for Mikko Rantanen, but then they traded Mikko Rantanen to Dallas for Logan Stankoven. So I think it kind of canceled itself out.
Yeah, it's like that was full inflation. I mean, that was a wash. It's like, I don't even know why they made the first trade, unless there was some type of salary justification,
because they traded away a player they drafted for a rental that they thought would help them get over the hump, and then they trade the player that they thought would help them get over the hump to Dallas because they couldn't get an extension with him done.
And that was just stupid. It's like, that's one thing I will say they should take the cue from the NFL and say, oh, we're trading for this guy? Well, guess what? We've already got a contract in place before we trade for the guy.
Yeah, Mikko Rantanen enters a contract year, 28 years old, currently has 70 points, more than any player on the Dallas Stars, and he gets an 8-year, $12 million deal. Hurricanes offered him 8 years, $13 million, but he wanted $14 million because of the state income tax in Carolina, and they wouldn't give him that. Colorado wouldn't give him $14 million either, so they gave him the same offer. Colorado gave him the same offer Dallas did at the beginning of the year, and he turned it down. 8 years, $12 million a year, but he turned that down, and because he wanted $14 million, he thought he could get more, and he couldn't. But yeah, Columbus really didn't do anything at the trade deadline, but they've drafted so well under Yarmo, and now Yarmo gets fired, and they bring in Don Waddell, the former Carolina Hurricanes GM, and Don Waddell, Johnny Gaudreau died in September. Columbus didn't hire a coach until August. Columbus had the talent to be competitive. It was just a matter of would they be competitive right out of the gate with their best player dying and with them waiting till August to hire a head coach. That was the big question. And surprisingly, they have done enough to get the first wild card. So they didn't make a big move at the trade deadline, but they have a bunch of young players that they've drafted well. I don't think they need to trade for anyone. New Jersey Devils, they probably should have made a move in hindsight. They were very passive as far as the trade deadline goes. But their best player, Jack Hughes, suffered a season-ending injury. Apparently he got hit by Mark Stone. I thought he was playing in the Dallas game and got injured, but they said Jack Hughes, season-ending injury, he's out for the year, and, that's huge loss because the Devils are fully healthy. I think they're the team that gets out of this division and goes to the Eastern Conference Finals, but Jack Hughes no longer on the Devils for this season. That is a massive loss. Jack Hughes was the number 1 pick in the 2019 NHL draft. First overall pick in the 2019 draft. And he had 70 points in 62 games this year, a career best for him. And he was on pace to break his 99 points that he had in 22-23, but he has a season-ending shoulder injury. So losing a 70-point player to a season-ending shoulder injury, that is crippling for the New Jersey Devils. Yeah, they'll probably still get in the playoffs, but instead of being a team that could challenge Tampa Bay, Florida, Toronto, in the Eastern Conference Finals to a 6-7 game series before losing. Now they're probably a team that suffers a first round exit due to that injury. That's a massive loss for the Devils. Cannot emphasize how big of a loss that is. I think we're going to see Columbus jump the Devils as the 3 seed when this is all said and done, Joey. I think the Columbus Blue Jackets, because the Devils have played 64 out of 82 games, they have 72 points, don't have Jack Hughes for the rest of the year. Blue Jackets only played 62 out of 82 games, and they have 68 points. They're only 4 points back of the Devils. I believe when this is all said and done, Joey, the Columbus Blue Jackets will end up supplanting the New Jersey Devils as the 3 seed in the Metropolitan Division, causing the Devils to be demoted to Wild Card 1, which would set them up with a matchup against the Florida Panthers in the opening round without their best player, Jack Hughes. Because that's a massive loss for the Devils. I understand why they stood pat and didn't go out and acquire anybody, but with Hughes, because they've handed out a lot of 8-year contracts, and they've paid a lot of guys, so I understood why they stood pat. The Islanders were sellers. They sent Brock Nelson to the Colorado Avalanche. The Rangers, I think the Rangers, they traded their captain, Jacob Traub, to the Anaheim Ducks back in November. And it's just been all downhill for the Rangers since. And at the time in November, the Ducks were out of contention. The Rangers were in contention. But the Rangers have made a lot of trades this year. They got Carson Soucy from Vancouver for a 3rd round pick.
Not that they traded their captain, it's the fact that they traded their captain and didn't get anybody to replace him in that capacity. It's like, if somebody trades their captain, they got to have somebody that's able to step up in that role. I think that's the big thing that we need to look at. It's like, not that they traded their captain, as important as their captain was, but they didn't replace him with anybody. Like, why are you trading your captain if you got no replacement?
Yeah, and they've traded a lot of players. Ryan Lindgren, one of their key 3rd-line players on the Rangers President's Trophy team. Jimmy Vesey and Hank Kemp all sent to Colorado for Juuso Parssinen, Calvin DeHaan, the backup goalie, 2nd round pick in 25, 2nd round pick in 24. They sent Riley Smith, a winger they got in free agency, to the Vegas Golden Knights for Brendan Brisson and a 2025 3rd round pick. And Brendan Brisson was the Vegas Golden Knights' 1st round pick in 2020. So they're selling off win-now assets for long-term pieces. Their Rangers are choosing to be sellers at the deadline. And they also got JT Miller from Vancouver. So, they made a few trades. Flyers sent Scott Laughton to Ottawa. We discussed that earlier.
For me, it's like if you don't have a leader, then you have no direction.
Yeah.
So that just hit me to where it's like, what are they doing? Yeah, they got long-term assets, but
you won the President's Trophy last year. I thought the Rangers would be a challenger to the Devils in this division at the beginning of the year. You had the best record in the league last year, and now you're blowing your team up. Guys, get your shit together. You should not be as bad as you are. Maybe you're not the 1 seed or 2 seed in your division again, but you have too many assets to be this bad. But yeah, the Flyers, they traded Scott Laughton to Ottawa. I'll see what other transactions they did. Flyers, they traded Laughton to Toronto. They also traded their defenseman Eric Johnson to the Colorado Avalanche. 3rd-line defenseman. They traded a lot of pieces. They also traded Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost. Morgan Frost, Flyers 2018 1st-round pick to the Calgary Flames. For Jacob Pelletier, Calgary Flames backup goalie. And they've done a lot of trades too, to where they're trading core players away. Multiple 1st-round picks. So not only is Morgan Frost no longer a Flyer, Scott Lofton is no longer a Flyer. Morgan Frost was the Flyers' 2017 first-round pick. Scott Laughton was the Flyers' 2015 first-round pick. So both of those guys are gone, no longer on the Flyers. Penguins, they made some trades too. They made some trades, and then I'll get to the Capitals, and then we'll get to the Western Conference here. But yeah, Penguins made a lot of selling trades. They got they traded Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar to Toronto for a 25 fifth-round pick. They traded Cody Glass and Jonathan Gruden for Chase Stillman and Max Graham in a 2027 third-round pick. And Chase Stillman was the Devils' 2021 first-round pick. So Devils' 2021 first-round pick is now a Penguin. Oh, and Luke Schenn, one of their most experienced defenders on the second, third line, goes to the Winnipeg Jets for a 2026 second-round pick and a 2027 fourth-round pick. Winnipeg does have the best record in the NHL this year, but their defense sucks. So that's I think Luke Schenn's more of a third-line defenseman, but Winnipeg needs all the bodies they can get on the blue line to complement their goalie and their forwards. Anthony Beauvillier goes to the Capitals for a 2025 second-round pick. That was the big move the Capitals made. And, you know, the Penguins acquired Luke Schenn and Thomas Novak for Michael Bunning, a younger player, in a 2026 fourth-round pick. So 2028 fifth-round pick from San Jose, 2026 fourth-round pick from Nashville, 2025 second from Washington, and 2026 second from Winnipeg. You can see Kyle Dubas, he's trading away guys in contract years and restocking the cupboard with draft picks so that the Penguins can draft some impact players and try to get out of this rebuild they're in. I think he'll keep the core three, Crosby, Malkin, and Letang, but I think everyone else is available for the right price. And right now, the Penguins are getting draft picks for players because they know they're in a rebuild. And yeah, Urinating Tree said it yesterday on his trade deadline live stream. Somebody asked for days of our Penguins, and he's like, we're going to be tanking for Gavin McKenna and Landon DuPont. And he mentioned Michael Schaefer and Matthew Schaefer and Michael Misa as the two guys that would probably go 1 and 2 at this point in the 25 draft. But the Capitals, they got Anthony Beauvillier. I'll look at the Capitals transactions briefly here. They got Lars Eller from the Pittsburgh Penguins for a 2025 second-round pick in the Anthony Beauvillier trade. So they got him too in that trade. So yeah, they're in a good spot. They got Lars Eller in November for a 2025 fifth-round pick and a 2027 third-round pick. So they've made 2 trades with the Penguins, one in November and one at the deadline. All right. That makes a lot more sense in terms of the stability, the long-term direction. Chicago Blackhawks, they were mostly sellers, but they did make the trade with Florida that we mentioned. You want to review any of the Eastern Conference trades? We'll just get to the Western Conference and then pick our winners and losers at the end, because I think the two big winners are Dallas and Florida, if I had to go on. But yeah, they traded they added Victor Soderstrom Akurati from the Utah Hockey Club. But really, they're not really in a position to contend. And they got Spencer Knight from Florida. Colorado, they got Brock Nelson. They made some moves. They made some nice moves. They got some decent role players. But I don't think they did anything to separate themselves from Dallas, Winnipeg, or Minnesota. And they probably should have kept Mikko Rantanen. They probably should have, but they couldn't extend him. They didn't want to lose him for nothing. And they were a long way behind Winnipeg, Dallas, and Minnesota when they moved him back in January. So they just accepted the fact they got a cup. Their cup window's probably over. They're still a playoff team, but their cup window's probably over. But they got Eric Johnson from the Flyers, Charlie Coyle, and from the Bruins. But they had to give up Casey Middlestat, William Zellers, in a 2025 second-round pick. So the Avalanche won't pick until the third round of the draft this year. And Middlestat's younger than Coyle. So I really don't understand the thought process in giving him up after giving him an 8-year deal this past offseason, trading him and getting out of that contract for Coyle. I really don't understand that move. Brock Nelson's a good veteran, but they gave up way too much for Brock Nelson, in my opinion. They gave up Colin Ritchie. Colin Ritchie is one of 8 players from the 2023 NHL draft with NHL experience, and he's had a good rookie year. So giving up Oliver Kylington, and giving up a 2026 first-round pick that's conditional, that's top 10 protected, I really don't understand what the hell Colorado is doing. Yeah, Brock Nelson's a good rental player, but he's going to be a free agent after this year, and unless you get him inked to an extension, that trade just really doesn't make a lot of sense on Colorado's end. Ryan Lindgren, Jimmy Vesey, Hank Kemp, it just feels like Colorado is banking on these role players, these second, third, fourth line guys. They're banking on these role players to be the difference makers come playoff time, and if they're not, they'll just accept the fact that they were lucky enough to get in as a wild card. That's just what it kind of feels like. Gabriel Landeskog is still not back from IR. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you got Leikonen, McKinnon, Nikos on the top line. Brock Nelson's your second line center with Drouin and Nichushkin. You got Charlie Coyle as a third line center. Jack Drury's your fourth line center. Kiviranta, Vesey. I do think their forward group is good. Keaton Middleton, Samuel Girard. They've got a good core, but as long as Landeskog's on IR, I don't really see them doing anything as far as making that leap. Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood are stopgaps at goalie. I really don't see them making a big move in the playoffs, but they got some nice role players, and they've got a chance to upset a team like Winnipeg or Vegas. I don't think they would match up well against Dallas, but if they play Winnipeg or Vegas in the first round, they've got a chance to pull an upset, because right now Winnipeg leads the Central, Vegas leads the Pacific, Colorado's wild card one. If they play one of those teams, Joey, I do think they can pull the upset. I don't think they would beat Dallas or Edmonton, but I think they could pull an upset against anyone else. And if you draw the Pacific Division with the LA Kings, the Oilers, the Vegas Golden Knights, that's your best path to the conference finals if you're Colorado. Dallas, we already mentioned that their trade at the beginning. We went into a big rant on Dallas. The Minnesota Wild, they're an interesting team. They lost 3-1 to Vancouver last night. The transactions they made, Kirill Kaprizov, their best players on IR at the moment. There's a lot of Wild fans that think they're going to beat Dallas this year. They for some reason, whenever the Stars and Wild meet in the playoffs, Dallas always seems to have their number. But the Wild got Justin Brazeau from from Boston. Justin Brazeau, he is a right winger from Boston, a third, fourth line right winger, set to be a UFA after this year, 6'5", 220. Justin Brazeau, another player the Bruins traded away. They gave Columbus a first round pick for David Jiricek. It was drafted 6th overall in 22. They've made some decent moves, but there's nothing spectacular, nothing that stands out that screams this team could challenge. I think they could beat Winnipeg, but I don't think they could beat Dallas. And right now, just feel like a race between Colorado and Minnesota for wild card 3. Nashville Predators were sellers at the deadline. So the honeymoon is over as Barry Trotz as Nashville Predators general manager. But yeah, the Predators got Boston defensemen that they released. The Blues were sellers, I would believe. They may have been buyers, but the Blues are close. The Blues are close. What do I mean by that? Yeah, they are only 1 point back of a playoff spot. They've played 64 out of 82 games, while Vancouver and Calgary have only played 62 out of 82 games, but they're only a point back of the final wild card right now. Very tight race between Calgary, Vancouver, St. Louis. The Utah Hockey Club's only 3 points back. Anaheim's only 8 points back, but they played 62 games along with the Canucks. I think the Ducks are a long shot to make it. I think this is going to come down to Vancouver, Calgary, and St. Louis. St. Louis not buying or selling, but standing pat with the team they had. So, I mean, you're only a point back, but they didn't make a big move at the trade deadline. They're keeping their young core and standing pat with what they have. They did get Corey Androfsky from the Penguins. They also traded Scott Perunovich, one of their better defenders, to the Islanders back in January. And they also traded Pierre-Olivier Joseph from the Blues for future considerations. Oh, the Blues made a big trade for Cam Fowler back in December. Cam Fowler was on the Anaheim Ducks for many years. I did not know Cam Fowler got traded from the Ducks to the Blues. So Cam Fowler, that was a big trade back in December, one that we completely missed until now. But yeah, I mean, the Blues, they got a chance to make things interesting. Utah Hockey Club, they were sellers. Winnipeg Jets, they were buyers. They did get Luke Schenn, but I feel like they're going to need more bodies on the blue line than that. I feel like Winnipeg didn't nearly do enough to separate themselves from Dallas. I know they have the best record in the league right now, but I don't view Winnipeg as a Stanley Cup juggernaut the way I view Dallas or Toronto or even Florida. I don't really view them as that this year. They've had a really good regular season. They're going to have home ice against every opponent they play. They got Brandon Tanev from the Kraken, and they got Luke Schenn from the Penguins, and they gave up second-round picks in 27 and 26. So, they also got Kaapo Kakkonen. Wait, they traded Kaapo Kakkonen, one of their backup goalies, who's a UFA in 2025 for Chris Stryger. So, trade of backup goalies. But yeah, they also got Isaac Phillips from the Blackhawks back in December. So I really don't think they made the splash they needed to make if they wanted to push for a Stanley Cup this year. Anaheim, they traded Cam Fowler away. They traded They traded Brian Dumoulin away. Brian Dumoulin is now a member of the New Jersey Devils. Didn't mention that, but the Ducks traded Dumoulin to the Devils. Calgary Flames. I don't know if Craig Conroy made a big trade with the Calgary Flames. I'm looking at this right now. They got Joel Farabee and Morgan Frost from the Flyers a month ago, but they didn't really make a big move at the deadline because they're not in a position where they need to sell, but they're not in a position where they need to buy either. The Oilers made a trade. I mean, last year the Oilers made some big splashes. It really doesn't feel like they did that this year, Joey. The Oilers, they got Jake Wallman, the defenseman from the Sharks, and for Carl Berglund and a conditional 2026 first-round pick. And if the selection is the top 12, Edmonton can transfer their pick to San Jose. Okay. And they also acquired Max Jones from the Boston Bruins. So the Bruins just continuing to tear down their team. Yeah, I might have to give the Bruins Gavin McKenna when I do my first 2026 mock draft. And it's just the Bruins are just that bad, Joey. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah. I mean, I think I gave the Bruins a top 10 pick in my 24 NHL mock, but they still made the playoffs and defied the odds. This year was the year everything imploded. But yeah, when I do my 2026 mock, I'm probably giving the Bruins Gavin McKenna. Bruins are just that bad right now. Kings transactions.
Yeah, the Bruins just stopped the ball. Yeah, that's the only thing we can say. The Bruins shot 100%.
Like, the fact that I'm joking about giving them Gavin McKenna in my 26 NHL mock should tell you literally and figuratively how bad they shit the bed. Andrei Kuzmenko goes from the Flyers to the Kings. The Minnesota Wired acquired Tyler Madden for Joseph Sassoni, 2 playoff teams making a trade. That's very interesting. And yeah, they pretty much stood pat on that. Rob Blake not really doing anything super aggressive. Sharks were sellers. They got a first-round pick from Dallas for Cody Ceci and Mikael Granlund, both in contract years. The Kraken, they got the 2 first-round picks from the Lightning. The Canucks traded JT Miller to the Rangers, and the Vegas Golden Knights. I'll look at the transactions for the Canucks and Golden Knights briefly here. The Golden Knights got Riley Smith, but it really doesn't feel like they did anything. The Canucks traded Carson Saucy. Thatcher Demko, the goalie, was for the Canucks, placed in IR again. They got Artur Siljovs, though, and Vegas got Riley Smith. I don't think they acquired anyone else. But they traded most of their first-round picks away. So that's probably why they haven't done anything. But yeah, Riley Smith, they got him. They got Grigory Denisenko from the Predators for future considerations. But yeah, they traded Brady Brisson to the Rangers, their 2020 first-round pick. And yeah, I don't know if the Vegas Golden Knights have a draft pick. I think the Vegas Golden Knights, like the Lightning, I know they don't have a first-round pick this year in 26. They may have a first in 2027, but I don't think they have any first until 2028, just like Dallas. But Dallas actually has their core players together. Vegas had a good core for many years, but after last offseason, that championship window, I think it's disappeared. I think the best case scenario for them is they get back to the conference finals and they lose to a Winnipeg or a Dallas, or Colorado knocks them out in the first round. That could happen too. But yeah, that's the trade deadline in the NHL. I thought Dallas and Florida were the 2 big winners. Everybody else did okay. I thought Toronto getting Carlo was a nice addition. Scott Laughton, I'll give Toronto an honor. I thought Dallas, Florida, and Toronto were the big winners, though. I have Edmonton beating Toronto in the Stanley Cup. Joey has Florida beating Dallas. But yeah, Edmonton didn't really make that big splash. You thought they'd make it the deadline, but I think Dallas, Toronto, Florida were probably the 3 biggest winners. And Edmonton's relying on the guys that got them to the Cup last year, even though they traded some of their third-line defensemen and fourth-line, third-line forwards away to clear up cap space. And here's the thing. They're going to have to pay Connor McDavid this summer since he's in the final year of his contract after this season. And they're saying he's going to get around $20 million. So that is going to cripple their cap space if they have to pay him that much. That's really going to limit what they can do, because paying a hockey player $20 million a year is the equivalent of paying a quarterback $50 to $60 million a year in the NFL. So that is going to hinder their cap space to a degree, because they just paid their second-line center Draisaitl $14 million. So yeah, they're going to have those 2 locked up, but they're going to have very limited options and a limited cap space when it comes to finding role players in free agency. And that could hinder their Cup window if they don't get it done this year. Whereas Dallas, they're set up very nicely to where none of their first-round picks from 2017 and beyond are UFAs till 2029. And even though they don't have a first-round pick till 2028, they're positioned very nicely to where even if they get to the Cup and lose this year, they will probably win a Cup, I would say, in 26 or 27. They're positioned very well. All right. Anything you want to add to that before we get into the group mock here?
No, I think it was wrapped up with very nice though.
Michael K.B. Casey Harris posted in the group mock, might have to get a receiver after the news today. There's something big that happened with the Chiefs while we were talking about the NHL trade deadline. Something big must have happened. Xavier Worthy arrested for alleged domestic violence. Oh, that must be what he's referring to.
I have a hard time believing that because, let's face it, I don't think the cops could catch him.
I don't think this is as bad Well, maybe I can't really speak for it until we have more evidence come out. But it feels like child's play compared to the Rashee Rice incident. But
I say after last year's thing with Michael Hall, I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on the domestic stuff because it turned out Hall didn't do practically anything that was alleged. They just got in a freaking argument and maybe verbal abuse, and a bunch of other crap that, the gun and the stuff that came out about him, it didn't happen. It was admitted that it didn't happen, so let's wait on Worthy. Let's wait till a little bit of information comes out.
He was arrested in Williamson County on Friday night, but here's the thing. Today's International Women's Day, and the Chiefs are promoting International Women's Day on their social media to try to take some attention away from what happened with Worthy.
He did have really bad timing. We can get upset with him about his timing, but outside of that, I think we need to wait for more information to come out because we don't want another Michael Hall where people are calling for his career before it starts, and then it turns out he takes the woman's daughter.
Yeah, and they've got, even if the Chiefs drafted a receiver at 63, you're looking at a slot receiver as long as Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy are not suspended for their off-the-field conduct. You're looking at those two as your top two guys next year.
Rashee Rice just went off the freaking deep end one off season and just he did a bunch of stupid stuff, a lot of illegal stuff, and so Rashee Rice is a little bit, I think we know he's a little bit, head that pumped up there right now.
Yeah. All right. So on that note, I'm going to exit out of this. I'm going to pull up the group mock on Facebook. There's 32 teams. We'll go over. Nope, nobody traded their first round pick in real life, so we'll go over each of the teams individually, what they've done in with their drafts. Has Wes picked for the Lions yet? Wes has been on the clock since like last night. Okay, so he's been active. He was active 2 hours ago, but he hasn't been on Messenger, but he was active on Facebook. All right, so I'm sure we'll get a reply from him soon, but he's been on the clock since like 5 last night. Oren's saying we should just pick for him. I don't really want to do that if possible. But yeah, no update there. But let's just dive into the Titans. The Tennessee Titans are led by David Koning. And I'll pull up the group mock on Facebook. I'll screen share it. We can read some of the picks. But David Koning of the Tennessee Titans, Abdul Carter at number 1, and he goes with Gray Zabel and round 2 as a right guard to solidify the offensive line. So, because they have, the Titans have Latham at left tackle. I'm looking at the Titans depth chart right now. They have Jalen Duncan, their 2023 sixth-round pick, listed as the starting right tackle. Jalen Duncan did well at left tackle in a limited action as a rookie. So right now, Jalen Duncan is the right tackle. Nicholas Petit-Friere's been demoted to swing tackle. Skoronski's at left guard. Cushenberry is at center. And Dylan Redunds and Brunskill are both free agents at right guard. So David Koning gets 2 day one starters in Abdul Carter, who's going to replace Harold Landry at 34, right outside linebacker, who the Titans just released. And then he gets his right guard in Gray Zabel. You want to comment on those picks briefly before we get into your picks?
I did like those picks. I think there's a lot of potential in that. Carter, for me, is the second best player in this draft.
He's third for me. I have Campbell at 2 and Hunter at 1, but I have Carter at 3.
Yeah, I moved Campbell down to 3 simply because Hunter and Carter have just been so good. This season it's like, gotta recognize the skill, as Will Smith would say. And
I mean, I had a third on Carter at the beginning of the year, but I moved him up into my top 3. So we're still splitting hairs on a few picks, but it is what it is. And the Titans give Will Levis one more year and get a veteran QB in free agency, you can justify these 2 picks. Browns, you picked Cam Ward and you got Harold Fannin Jr. to pair with Njoku as a number 2 tight end.
And here's the thing about that. I got Ward, but in the last few days since making that pick, I've heard that, Shedeur Sanders and the Browns like each other. So we'll see how that goes. But I think Ward has a lot more upside. The big problem with Ward will be he's been a starter for basically 5 years. And he still has the same issues with his game as he had in year 1. So the big thing for me is you get a good coach, you get a really good offensive coordinator, and now you've got one of the best quarterback coaches of the last 20 years that you actually promoted to quarterback coach. Thank you for making the smart decision. And so the thing is, I believe that they will be able to get Cam Ward up to his full potential. And that's why I decided to go that route, even though
I think Cam Ward's got the best floor. I think Shedeur and Ewers have the highest ceilings, but I think they're both long shots to reach their potential. I think Ward is the best floor, and I think he's the one guy in this class who's going to reach his ceiling because I've got a floor. I think I've got a floor grade of 86, ceiling grade of 91. So I think he could be like a Dak Prescott type QB for Cleveland. But yeah.
The big thing for me was the promotion of Bill Musgrave to quarterback coach because I love Bill Musgrave as a quarterback coach. Always have. I really think he is very good at what he does. And so that made the decision a little more difficult for me because I really do love Shedeur Sanders. But if Bill Musgrave can get Cam Ward up to snuff, so to speak, then, I mean, so that made it was a tough decision. Let's just put it out there. It was a tough decision.
Yeah.
But I think Ward and Sanders will both be great quarterbacks in this league. And that's what made it such a tough decision for me. And as far as Fannin goes, Fannin is about, let's face it, they're going to get rid of Moore this offseason. They're not going to re-sign him. They're just going to let him go. Okay, they're going to need a slot receiver. They're also going to need a number 2 tight end. What Fannin is very, very good at. He's very good at getting over the middle, catching the ball, hitting people, making them feel it. Not going down on the first hit. Working, he gets some of his best work after the ball. And he can also line up inside as the number 2 tight end. So he's a tight end that kind of does both, and he's got very good hands. So in that regard, he does need to work on his blocking. I'm sure, the Browns, they're big on their receivers blocking, so I'm sure, they're going to go in there and they're going to put the nuts and bolts to them and get them blocking. But at the same token, remember, we're going back to some fancy offense, but there's going to be a lot of wrinkles in it that weren't there before because the new offensive guys they either promoted or hired this year. So we're going to see how it works. But I do know they need another tight end and another receiver. I think Fannin fits both.
Yep. And then the New York Giants made the William Yanish pick for the Giants. He took Jalen Milroe at 3. He was debating between Milroe and Hunter. He felt like quarterback was a bigger need. And then he ended up taking Danny Stutzman at 34. And Stutzman would compete with Micah McFadden for that starting linebacker job across from Bobby Okereke. And I think Stutzman could win that job. So good job there by William, identifying the players he wanted and taking the guys he wanted. I ended up getting the number one player on my board in Travis Hunter at 4. And
Chris, tell me about Milo here. Did you know something I just found out here the other day? I think it was actually yesterday. Milo actually got his, I think it was his master's degree from Alabama in like 3 years. This dude is one of the smartest people you'll ever meet. And another thing is about his full performance combine. I learned that he's working, I think he was working with Jesse Palmer, and I heard that they may have been telling him, don't worry about your performance, just concentrate on getting your feet right, which may have thrown some things off. So, we may not know what he's doing until after his pro day. And this is one of those times I can say pro day may matter, because if he's working on something and was told to not worry about your performance, things may be a little bit more murky until after we see the pro.
yeah.
So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, pro days, I've always put some stock into pro days. Not a lot, but enough to where I can figure out how quickly the QB processes information on some of the throws. But yeah, Milrow to the Giants, and then Stutzman to the Giants in round 2. I took Travis Hunter, the number one player, on my board at 4. And then I also got Luther Burden the third in the second round, because Luther Burden was 8 on my board. I have him ranked ahead of McMillan. So what I was doing is I was waiting for either Burden or Connerly to fall to me. If one of them got picked in the first round, I would have tried to trade up for the other as early as 27, but that did not happen. So Burden fell to me at 38. I picked him, and then I traded 69 and 77 to Emmanuel Watson for pick 46, and I got Josh Connerly. So I got a number one player on my board, a number 8 player on my board at wide receiver, and I got a player who I had a first round grade on at left tackle by trading back into round 2. So that's what I did.
Yeah, and I like what you did. You didn't get to hate yourself. You just stuck to your word, and I like that. And let's face it, because you had a quarterback, your board wasn't as murky as mine, in the sense that I had the number 2 pick and a few guys that were still working through to see what they're doing. So I like what you did. Good job.
Thank you, Joey. I thought you did well too, and I'm just looking at. I think Vrabel's going to get. I think the Patriots are going to get Joey Bosa in free agency. That's why I didn't address edge rusher. Bosa and Vrabel have a coaching relationship dating back to their time at Ohio State together. So I think the Patriots are going to get Joey Bosa in free agency. I think that's going to be the edge rusher they go after for Mike Vrabel's defense. I know Bosa has an injury history, but when he's healthy, he's one of the best in the league. And I think that's what they'll end up doing. They'll get Bosa, and then they will get they'll move Anthony Jennings from right outside linebacker to left outside linebacker in the 34 defense they run. I think that's what they'll end up doing. Oren's on the line. What's going on, Oren? We're talking about the group mock on the podcast. We're just going over the teams. You're just in time. We're about to get to your team after we talk about the Jaguars. But what do you want to discuss with me?
Oh, it's okay if you're on the podcast.
Yeah.
I'm live on the podcast.
Yeah.
Who are you with?
I'm with Joey. He's on Talk Shoe. We're just talking about the group mock. It's perfect timing on your end. West still hasn't picked, but yeah, we're talking about what each team did. Ken LeBlanc, he got Tyler Warren and Tyleek Williams at defensive tackle, two really nice additions. And Warren would be a day one starter now that the Jaguars have pretty much torn down their receiver room. Outside of Brian Thomas Jr. and Gabe Davis, I don't even know if they have a receiver on the roster because they traded Christian Kirk, they cut Devin Duvernay, they cut some other guys. It's basically Thomas Jr. and Gabe Davis. And I don't think they can get out of the Gabe Davis contract yet, which is why they didn't cut him yet. Because I don't think they can get out of that without taking a cap hit. And then your Raiders picked Shedeur Sanders, and they traded for Geno Smith yesterday.
Well, if you want to discuss that, I think it's a great move. Hey, Joey, can you hear me? But if you want to discuss that, I think it would still be a great move if they can pick up a quarterback, whether it's Shedeur Sanders or they wait to the second round. In our draft, as you know, four quarterbacks went in the first round. Is that correct?
Actually, 5 did, because there was the trade at 32. The Jets traded up for Tyler Show. The Steelers took Jackson Dart. William took Milrow at 3, and you got the third QB, Shedeur, at 6. And Joey got Cam Ward.
So that's true. So things you can't wait to take a quarterback. Geno Smith is, if you guys can read my article, it'll be on NFL. It'll be on Draft Utopia. I don't know if you put it up this morning, but it's basically he's a bridge, whether it's 1 or 2 years, to groom the young quarterback or help Aiden O'Connell come in and be a building block for him as well. You don't know. But I think it's a very smart move by Pete Carroll and his staff as they make the big first move. And I know they picked up a guard too as well that might fill in as a starter as he moved JPJ to center on that move as well. So they got 2 starters just prior to free agency opens. And I do like the moves so far the Raiders have done. Shedeur Sanders would make a great addition, even all the hype about whether, how he interviews or whatever. They don't take any of this yet. They still have, as I spoke with Chris off, Yard, basically, they still have, their pro days, they still have their visits, and a lot of these quarterbacks especially are being invited to those teams, the top 7 teams, up front. And it could be the Jets who just want, him to slide right into their hands so they can pick him up. We don't know all this. So it's going to be a great draft coming up, but that's it on the Raiders. Let's go to the Jets.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you, man, because here's the thing. You have to remember, Shedeur has been in the spotlight since he was 2 years old. He is the son of Dion. He's not going to interview like everybody else that's looking for a job. He's going to interview like someone, hey, guess what? This is who I am. You love me, you hate me. Either way, it doesn't matter because I'm already set. So this is for the NFL execs to look at because let's face it, Shedeur isn't like other prospects. He's not going to interview like other prospects. So I agree with you, Warren. We don't know. But if it's true that he's not interviewing like is expected. What's the big thing was, he's talking to the person. He talks that way all the time. So why are you going to let him go in there and interview? It's just a
I gotta love this. I gotta love these Facebook groups, though, as I read a lot of them in the social media groups, I should say. Oh, Shedeur Sanders sucks, and I'm like, he's just, and I'm like, you guys, did you watch any of his games? he might not have had. He had the worst line. That's why they didn't get to a good bowl game.
Outside of Jordan Seaton, that offensive line isn't very good, as you said, Oren.
You know, but a lot of these the social media groups are just putting him down right after this little message from one quarterback coach that made one comment. And it's not saying he's all bad. And Josiah Anderson, the reporter, very good reporter, don't get me wrong, she even admitted that, you know, the reason why I'm protecting the team, and it's just, you know, out of context, but the reporters and the rest of the media don't even feel that way, as it's an opposite thing. That's exactly what she said. So when it says that, you don't know where that came from. You don't know if he was joking around and he took it seriously. You know, it's not politics, it's football, people.
Yeah, exactly, man. And let's face it, if you look at the product on the field, how can you say, I've got a comparison, he's either going to be Andy Dalton or Joe Burrow. I'm not upset with either of those. I'm congratulating, especially here. You know, why am I being upset that he's talking third person or something small like that? It makes no sense. Why am I going to do that? Look at the product on the field and look what he was up against.
Exactly, and to have him say he's arrogant, you know what arrogant is, people? Cocky, stubborn, snobbish. Every quarterback in the NFL, they're cocky and confident and stubborn. There is not one quarterback, unless he's on the bench, who doesn't feel that way.
And Oren, remember what Kid Rock said. It's not possible if you do it and you back it up.
Gosh, look at Pat Mahomes every day. Jalen Hurts and Pat Mahomes were way overconfident and cocky. And they did well, you know, and they do well, so don't tell me otherwise.
Exactly.
Anyway, Chris, you want to go to the next team there?
The next team's the New York Jets. The Jets ended up with Toria McMillan, and then they traded up for Tyler Show, the Louisville quarterback, at 32 with the Eagles.
Well, I did like that trade that they made, but for the Eagles, not for the Jets. But but we could get into that later. The Jets' first pick was an intelligent move because they could not. The quarterbacks, three quarterbacks were taken before their turn. So I don't know if they're going to go get a quarterback in free agent or not. So they just picked up the best player I think on their board. What do you guys feel about that?
I agree. McMillan was a good fit for them, or a good replacement for Devontae Adams. The reason they traded up for Show is simple. If you draft a quarterback in the first round and you hit on it, you can put a fifth-year tender on them. And if you don't, you could basically get rid of them after 2 years. No loss, no gain. Only person that loses is the GM, who loses their job. But that's really the only drawback to missing on a first-round quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of quarterbacks. You know, I know they won't have their second or third round in our draft, but in the fourth round, there will be a couple of quarterbacks that will come up for them to get that the bridge, if they don't, to be a successor to whoever veteran they pick up, whether it's Russell or Darnold or whoever is going to be on there. I don't think they're going to be one of those two. Having Rodgers go, I think in my terms, Rodgers should retire in my terms, but I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Yeah.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers is on a decline? That's what we're asking.
I agree with you, Oren.
Yes.
Rodgers has gone off the deep end in a way that you just look and say, dude, come on. Just retire, and nobody will say anything bad about you. Your legacy will be intact. No worries. No more darkness retreats. No more.
I mean, the guy been playing for 20 years. What do you want? He's not Tom Brady. People, go. He's not going to win a Super Bowl.
No, and at this point, he's less mobile than Christian Kirk off an ACL. Kirk is more mobile than Marcus is. And that I should tell you, it's like a statue is more mobile than you after the same injury. Dude, it just came up. Nobody's going to be upset with you for, saying, what, I've had a great career. It's time to go. Nobody's going to be upset with you about that. But you already won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So.
And he's probably going to go to the Hall of Fame, whether he retires now or in 2 years. So I don't know what is the point. You retire. You're still you can go be a broadcaster. Look how much Tom Brady's making money. He makes more money than all the other broadcasters, and he still owns the minority of the Raiders. He's making so much money.
Yep.
And he has so much money in not only making all that and owning all the Raiders. Right now, he's basically running the Raiders. So it's like, and you're telling me Rodgers can't do that? Well, I wouldn't want to run out of my guys. He's a little bit loosey right now. But, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But
anyway, the Jets are not going anywhere next year, so next team.
Panthers are next. We got through the first 4 teams before you joined us, but the next team's the Panthers. They got Will Campbell at 8, and they got somebody with the Rams pick. They just picked recently in the second round, but they just picked Caleb Johnson, the running back Joey was targeting, a trade up. So the Panthers get Will Campbell, but here's why this is so fascinating to me. Panthers have 2 good tackles in Ekwonu and Taylor Moton, but I'm pulling up Taylor Moton's contract. He's in the final year of his contract at right tackle, and cutting Taylor Moton saves approximately $12.7 million in cap space for the Panthers. So Will Campbell's your left tackle, Ekwonu moves over to right tackle, and you cut Moton, save $12.7 million, or you trade him if a team's willing to take on that $31.3 million cap hit. So that's where you're.
It's a smart move. He is the best lineman in this draft, without a doubt. I mean, any team that wants a lineman, which is almost every team, is going to get a great pick right here and secure, 10 years on their team. So that is a great pick. Will Johnson out of LSU.
Will Campbell.
Yeah,
Will Campbell. Yeah. Will Johnson is the next pick, though, for the Saints. They took him at number 9, and Nick Scorton, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, is their pick at 40.
Yeah, you got to love these Saints moves. You get a corner. They need to fix a lot of the defense. They need to fix they had a lot of holes this past year, and they have to fix them. So we'll see what would happen and acknowledge all those kind of things and see how what goes around. But I do like this move. What do you guys think about that?
I really like that move. Okay, JT2. So Wes, I did just get Wes's pick in for the Lions. So I'm gonna update the group mock on my phone here. I think that's a JT Tui Maloau.
I will say this about the Will Johnson pick. I really do like it. I think he is a very good player. I think if it wasn't for Hunter, he may have ended up going in the top 5. So, I mean, there is zero.
That was a great pick by Collinwood. He was the top player on my board after Will Campbell got picked at 8. He was the top player on my board. You can't really fault that pick. That's an excellent pick in terms of value.
It is.
And then at number 10 was the Bears. They took Ashton Genty. But they also got Armand Membao in the second round and Jade Bear in the Texas corner in the second round with their 2 second-round picks. So that's what they did. And the Bears made some big trades this week. They got Joe Thuney from the Chiefs, and they got Jonah Jackson from the Rams as a center. So those are the 2 big trades they made. You want to talk about what they did? What your thoughts on those moves were?
Players that have always stepped right in. So, I mean, not sure they'll start right away, but they'll step right in.
Yep. So you guys can let Tracy know he's on the clock. JT Tuimoloau is officially Wes's pick at 60, so that's been confirmed and updated. 49ers got Mason Graham in round 1, and they got Donovan Jackson as a Aaron Banks replacement in round 2 at left guard. So those are both really good value picks. I have Mason Graham at 5 on my board. I have Donovan Jackson at 33 on my board. Those are very good picks by the 49ers. So, I mean, very good picks there. You want to say anything about those picks? Because Mason Graham at 11 is a bargain, and then Donovan Jackson around 2 is another really good pick. No worries.
Now, this middle one, I said Mason Graham because of the depth of this defensive tackle class, that Graham and Nolan would probably end up falling further than they would normally fall. And this just shows that they are, that this class is, that's what I said it was. It is that deep. And that's something we've been talking about since before last year's draft. So it just proves the truth.
Yeah. And I just messaged. Yeah, but Mason Graham and Donovan Jackson, both really good value picks. You get Aaron Banks replacement and a day 1 starter at defensive tackle. So 2 day 1 starters for San Francisco.
Yeah, I know it's our draft, but I don't see in the real draft Mason Graham slipping to
I don't either, Oren, but in our draft it happened. I don't think it happens either.
Well, that's because Monroe got selected in the second or third pick, correct?
Yeah, and that did have a ripple effect, but William does not like Shadur Sanders. You like Shadur Sanders? It's interesting, though. The dynamics at play here are very fascinating.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's all in well, but I think...
all right. And I knew Wes would respond because the Duke basketball game against North Carolina is tonight, and Wes loves Duke basketball, so I knew he was going to respond at some point today because of that. But yeah, the Cowboys are on the clock. Not the Cowboys. The Cowboys are the team we're going over now. Dallas, they got Kelvin Banks in the first round as their left tackle, and they got Siobhan Rebel, the East Carolina corner, in round 2. What do you think of those picks?
Who did Wes pick?
JT Tuimoloau, the Ohio State defensive end.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about him a little bit.
So he'll start out as a situational edge, complementing Josh Paschal and Aiden Hutchinson, but you can bring him in as a situational edge behind Hutchinson for depth, or you can start him next to Hutchinson at left end if you think he's better than Paschal. But either way, that's a really good value pick for the Lions at 60. We'll get to that later. But yeah, the Cowboys ended up going with Kelvin Banks Jr. as their left tackle. And they also went with that Oren disconnected. I appreciate him stopping in for a few minutes to talk football with us. That's always fun, Joey. But Kelvin Banks Jr. and Siobhan Revel, what are your thoughts on these picks for Kerm?
Well, I really do like the Colin Banks pick. The Revel pick, I think, was good value with a lot of potential there. So I have no problems with that either. But I really like the Colin Banks pick. I think that is a massive need from the team.
Yeah.
And I think he did a very good job.
And next up, Miami Dolphins, led by Dion Reed. They took Mikael Williams at 13 to replace Jalen Phillips, who's 34 left outside linebacker. I do believe Phillips got a fifth-year tender, but you have Chop Robinson for depth behind Bradley Chubb now. Chop Robinson did get a lot of playing time with Bradley Chubb missing the entire year, but Chubb will be back next year. And you're going to have Mikael Williams replacing Jalen Phillips, but he'll start out as a depth player while Phillips plays out the final year of his rookie deal. And then he'll start regularly at left outside linebacker next year. And then Dion Reed also got a free safety upgrade in Malachi Starks. Javon Holland, strong safety, who moved over to free safety this year after Brandon Jones left, set to be a UFA. So Dion, not only needing to replace Brandon Jones, but also needing to replace Javon Holland, goes for Malachi Starks. He wanted Xavier Watts, but he got picked by the Colts in round 2 before he could pick. So Dion ends up getting 2 Georgia guys, Mikael Williams and Malachi Starks, probably the 2 best players on Georgia in this draft. So pretty good draft for the Dolphins and Dion Reed.
Yeah, it was a good draft. I was actually surprised all past Starks were still there. I completely missed the boat on that one because I have him as a top 15 talent. So had I been paying better attention, well, I might have ended up having him on the Browns simply because
he would have been the perfect replacement to Juan Thornhill at free safety.
Oh, absolutely. So, I really do like what the Browns have done at safety already, and I still think they have good depth. But Starks is just one of those players I think just kind of transcends what you would normally think.
Yep. The Colts got Jalen Walker. At 14 to replace EJ Speed at right outside linebacker, and then they got Xavier Watts in round 2 to upgrade their safety room. I really like both of those fits for the Colts. I'm not a big Jalen Walker fan, but he's a viable replacement for EJ Speed. I think he's going to be a backup in the NFL, but I don't know. I'm lower on Walker than the consensus, and Xavier Watts is just a great fit for the Colts. I think I actually could see the Colts picking Watts in the first round. That was Sean Dante, who was on our Super Bowl live stream with Warren Emanuel and myself, who picked for the Colts. Good job, Sean. Emmanuel Watson took Shamar Stewart at 15, and he has my third-round picks. Falcons don't have a third-round pick in real life because they traded the Patriots for Matt Judon, but I gave Emmanuel 69 and 77 to move up to 46. Swift negotiating on my end to get Connerly, but yeah, Shamar Stewart's a good player for Atlanta. Gives them that pass rush sack artist they desperately need. The Arizona Cardinals select Mike Green out of Marshall to be their 34 right outside linebacker, and they also got Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota to be their bookend right tackle. So they got 2 starters with those picks. What do you want to say anything about either of those picks for Atlanta or Arizona or even the Colts before I get to the Bengals at 17?
I like both picks, but while I think they'll be starters, I don't think they'll be high-end starters. So,
Yeah, I'm not high on Walker. I've got an 84 on him for potential, so I think he's a high-end backup more so than a starter. I do like Stewart. I do like Mike Green's another guy that I think is going to be a high-end backup, but we'll see. I might be wrong on that. But Green had a good Senior Bowl. Bengals took Jihad Campbell as a Jermaine Pratt replacement at 17, and then Jason Bandel got Jack Sawyer, with Sam Hubbard retiring and with Trey Hendrickson getting permission to seek a trade. Those are both really good value picks. With both Pratt demanding a trade and with Trey Hendrickson getting permission to seek a trade, reloading with Jihad Campbell and Jack Sawyer. Those are both really good value picks by Jason Bannell. And you bring in competition for Miles Murphy, your 2023 first-round pick.
I was really hoping that Jihad Campbell would fall to the top of the second because he was one I really had my heart set on, because he just looks like a freaking controlled chaos, I think was how I described it to you.
Yeah.
They just put him and say, you're athletic, you have a lot of great defense, you can change direction at will, go in there and just make trouble. Don't even have to go direction. Go in, be ball, make trouble. And that's all he does. And it's just beautiful chaos.
Yeah. The Seahawks, they took Nick Eamon-Wari at strong safety at 18, and the South Carolina strong safety, and Jonas Savannah, the Arizona right tackle, as a right guard at 50. And, the Seahawks, they have stability on the offensive line. They have, they lose Laken Tomlinson at left guard, who they got on a one-year deal, but they can move Samoe Lauta or Anthony Bradford Jr. or Christian Hayes over to left guard, fill that void. They do have that fourth-round pick from Utah at right guard, Olu Oluwatimi at center, and then the right tackle is Abraham Lucas. But Savannah gives you depth at both right tackle and yeah. So again, next up after the Seahawks, I thought that was a decent draft. I mean, Savannah gives you depth as a swing tackle and a swing guard. So I think that's a nice pick. Oh, the podcast, the link to the podcast. Oh, it's right here. Okay, Orrin, let me send you the link. Orrin wants the link to the live stream. Okay. All right. I'll give you the link. There you go. Sit up straight. Posture's important. I'm going to get roasted by Orrin for poor posture. I don't want that. All right. So, and Trace.
You heard that. He got poor posture going on.
Sometimes I like to sit on the floor instead of the couch because I can see the camera better. I can see the microphone better. I know it looks like I'm slouching. I know it doesn't look good, and I know Warren gives me stuff for that sometimes. But Joey really doesn't care either way. He's good either way. But, yeah, what other running backs are available?
All of them.
Judkins is there. Tracy wants to know who's available at running back. So it does sound like Judkins is there. Quinshawn Judkins, Ohio State running back. He's on the board. He's my top running back. He's my RB2. He's available, Tracy. Travian Henderson's also available. What else? But, yeah, Tracy wants to know what's going to happen at 61. But, yeah. We'll get to the Buccaneers in a second. Yeah, Tony, I just got an email from Tony Mario saying, come on, Ransom, get to the Buccaneers already. I guess he's tuning in. Thank you, Tony, if you are tuning into the show. But yeah, it's like I got All right, so Quinshawn Judkins is the Commander's pick. So Quinshawn Judkins is officially a Commander. I got to update the board here, and then we'll get to the Buccaneers. Yeah, and the Buccaneers are not the only team I'm going to put on hold. I'm probably going to put the Steelers on hold to get a granola bar because that's just how much of a dick I am to the Steelers. I'm going to put them on hold to get a granola bar.
Well, Steelers.
And as a Browns fan, Joey's going to defend and justify my decision to put the Steelers on hold for a granola bar.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. All right, so Tracy took Judkins.
The only chair I have apartment right now is these chairs. I'm just lounging out with a beer, looking at the wall, and my seat there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to send Mark an updated version of the board, and then, is Oren on? Yeah, he's on. Okay, I see 3 people in the stream. So Oren is on. Hey, Oren, what's going on?
All right, folks, how you guys doing? Now I can see everybody hiding. Cheers. I have my Celsius in the morning. Yeah, I saw that moving pretty fast. I know we waited last night for West to pick, and now I see it moving pretty fast. I'll update everybody on the thing, but we go. Chris, what was the last pick?
We just went over the Bengals and we went over the Seahawks while you were waiting to log into Restream. We went over a bunch of teams in the top 18. So we went over all the non-playoff teams from 1 to 18. If there was a standout for you, feel free to mention that while I message Mark the board.
Well, I remember you and I off the air speaking about Mike Green from Marshall. And you said you don't have him that hot, ranked that high on your board, and he went to the Cardinals. I think it's a great fit. But you want to talk about him a little bit more because
sometimes
I don't know
the fit trumps the ceiling. Sometimes the fit, like if you get let's say you get a 3-star player that's a perfect scheme fit for your defensive coordinator. Sometimes that player is a bigger asset than the 5-star player if the 5-star player has a bad attitude or a poor work ethic, or they think they're all that, or they're too cocky and they let the fame go to their head. They don't back it up. Mm-hmm. So, you can't underestimate somebody if they're the right fit for your defense.
For sure.
And that's basically the thing. And Green might be the right guy for Arizona. But until they get that sack artist to complement their offense, they're not going to go very far in the playoffs, even if Kyler Murray does enough to get them there.
I'm looking at the picks right now. I mean, there's a couple of picks that we can go through and through, but let's go where you are. You left out at the Bucks.
Yep.
And another linebacker goes off the board from Boston College. Donovan, I don't know how to pronounce his last
name. Donovan Izaraku went to the Boston College left outside linebacker. He's a left end in Boston College, probably going to be a left outside linebacker because he's going to replace Joe Tryon, the 2021 first-round pick that got benched for Anthony Nelson. And both of them are UFAs. Yaya Black's the right outside linebacker, so an edge rusher to Tampa. And then they took Jeffrey Bossa, the Oregon player. I think I have him in like the 5th, 6th round of my board, maybe. I think he's anywhere from 5th round to UDFA, but Bossa ends up going 53rd to Tampa. So I thought Tampa Bay reached on both picks, but Tony Mario and Kamon Lawrence are in agreement on Izaraku at 19, so I'm not going to give the Izaraku pick as much crap as the Bossa pick. Because if Tony and Kamon are in agreement on Izaraku at 19, maybe that's the right guy for Tampa.
Right. It is. I think it does kind of fit. That's what they're looking for. It fills a hole, and it'll be along in their defense pretty well. Fit very well with the defense.
Yeah.
Gotta love the next pick, even though I hate the Donkeys.
The Broncos took Omarion Hampton, and they took the Broncos took Omarion Hampton in the 20, and then they also took Trey Amos at 51.
Both picks are very good and fit what the Broncos are made of, donkeys. But anyway, but I am really sold on Marion Hampton, actually more than where everybody is so solid on Genty coming out. I like Hampton better. That's just from my standpoint. As far as the career, I mean, you never know, but everybody's very high on Genty. But you got to remember, he only had one big game against Oregon, and that was the first game of the year. Other than that, 90% of his competition, except for Penn State, who kind of drilled him, was not that great. Whereas Omarion Hampton had not the same stats, but he did very well against a higher competition.
Yes, indeed. And
the Broncos do need a solid back, which they haven't had in a bit, to be honest. And this is going to help Bo Nix tremendously.
Agreed. The next team picking Pittsburgh Steelers, Jackson Dart at 21. Fields and Wilson are both UFAs. That's why I can get behind the thought process of a quarterback at 21. If they don't get a QB in free agency, I can get behind drafting a guy at 21 if you're the Steelers. But they get Jackson Dart at Ole Miss, and then they take Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame. They did lose Cameron Sutton and Dante Jackson, but they do have they would have a cornerback trio of Joey Porter Jr., Benjamin Morrison, and Beanie Bishop Jr. at nickel. That would be their cornerback trio. I really like that corner. Yes, he is. Is the Stanford wide receiver available, Mark Suba? Yes, he is. Alec Aomanor is available. So the Bills are grabbing Alec Aomanor with the 62nd.
On the board? Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah. Nobody picked Alec Aomanor yet, so Mark's going to grab him at 62. And
terrible pick, Mark. I have to not say anything.
Can we wait till we get to the Bills to roast Mark's pick? We got a bunch of playoff teams to get to. I'm not saying don't roast his pick if you don't like it. I'm saying let's wait to roast the pick.
Okay. But I just feel that there's, you and I know there's a couple of other receivers available on the board. But we'll get to that later. We should have a next week, after the free agency opens, if Joey's up for it, have another podcast with, where we get like the top 5 of each position, and then people will know a little bit more about it.
I agree. That would be a fun podcast. Okay, but that's not who Mark's taking. Apparently, Mark's listening to the live stream because he flipped from Alec Aomanor to Trey Harris. He flipped from Alec Aomanor to Trey Harris, the Ole Miss wide receiver.
That's a good pick. Good job, Mark. Good job.
It's almost like Mark's listening to the live stream and he knows he's going to get roasted for Aomanor, so he pivots to Trey Harris. And since I hadn't finalized the pick yet, now I finalized the Trey Harris pick. Trey Harris is off the board, and Aomanor's there if the Chiefs want to decide to screw up. But yeah, KBK Harris is on the clock.
Trey Harris, I have him a pretty high on my thing. I really like this guy. He wasn't very high coming out of high school, but he's not, but he blossomed through. He played he's a very good hands, got natural hands, very elite ball catcher. You have to see how he's going to run his routes, and this is a great pick for them.
Yeah, I'm just going to message Michael KBK Harris and let him know he's on the clock. I don't know what the hell is wrong with that.
And by the way, Trey Harris, as far as wide receivers ranking, I do have him number 5 on my board, folks. Great pick, specifically if he was still available.
He's my wide receiver 6, I believe. I have Xavier Restrepo as my number 5 receiver, but I do have Trey Harris at number 6.
I mean,
I believe.
specifically
I have
with
Trey Harris at
Golden.
35 on my board,
Yeah.
early second round, but I haven't missed the sixth best receiver. But yeah,
And
he was
with
a first
Golden
round
and Burden
receiver.
and McKillen gone, you have to go the direction. And I think you have Ibuka gone too. So
It's
they did make a
Restrepo
great
or him. That's the Hurricanes receiver, or it's Trey Harris at this point in the draft. Because all the top four receivers, McMillan, Burden, my number one receiver, Egbuka, and Matthew Golden are all off the board. So you have to either go with Restrepo or Harris at this point in the draft.
Yeah, that's a great move. Just it's initializing when we get into the third round where I may need to go. But thank you very much. I did pick the wide receiver earlier, but we'll talk about that shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Matthew Golden and Shadur Sanders. Why don't you talk about that now? I'm messaging the Chiefs, and then we'll get to the
you got to talk about. You're in the midst of just talking about Jackson Dart from the Steelers.
Yeah, we talked about Jackson Dart. I didn't really go in depth with that. I just said the Steelers, they're losing 2 QBs to free agency, and then I talked about the Benjamin Morrison pick.
Well, since we got the pick from Trey Harris, Jackson Dart number one receiver was Trey Harris. Just keep that in mind as well. Steelers get him as a great opportunity, great fill-in with losing Fields, losing Wilson in free agency. I think that's going to start a new beautiful little relationship that they're going to have over there in the Pittsburgh. Moving fast to the Chargers, you have the first tight end taken off our board here, Colston Loveland from Michigan.
Yeah, and the Chargers are in an interesting spot. They got Colston Loveland, but they also got Cam Scatibo in round 2. And you got Matthew Golden. That was a great round 2 pick. And the Chargers, they got Scatibo and they got Colston Loveland. They got some weapons to bolster this offense for Justin Herbert. And I like what they did, considering what they had to work with. They needed to get more weapons for Herbert, and I thought they did a good job.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what these all the AFC West. I see they're doing that as well. Kansas City, we'll talk about that in a minute, but that's a great move over there. Now let's in retrospect, we're going to move to after the Chargers.
The hosting city of this year's draft, the Green Bay Packers.
Are you scrolling down too much?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get. I forgot who the Packers took in round 2.
No
but
worries.
yeah, I got it now. They in round 1 they took Derek Harmon out of Oregon. In round 2 they took Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State.
And then for you had 2 great defensive tackles coming out of this year's draft from the Big Ten, and that was the gentleman that we spoke about earlier, Graham, and now this is the next one is Harmon. Both of them are great to have, will be on your defensive line for many years, barring any injuries. And if you go look at the tapes for both of them, they know how to defend, to get inside, and they're both very good. So whoever team picks them up are very lucky to have.
Harmon's got a very high floor. He may not have the upside to be a Pro Bowler, but he's got a very high floor. He's going to play right away. He's going to push the Packers' other defensive tackle next to Kenny Clark for playing time right away. I know the Packers drafted a defensive tackle out of Georgia in the 22 draft, but he hasn't been as consistent as they'd like him to be. So this is a good, viable replacement. And then Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State in round 2 is a nice value pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with both of those picks in that suggestion.
Okay, the Vikings only had 1 pick, and they took Walter Nolan as their nose tackle.
Yeah, the Vikings right now, right. I mean, Walter Nolan is a great pick. I'm just not liking him on the Vikings. I don't know why, but do they need that? Chris, does that fill a hole?
They need some beef on the defensive line. Walter Nolan's a great addition. Maybe he'd be better in a 43 defense, but I feel like that's nitpicking at this point. But yeah, Walter Nolan, nice addition for the Vikings here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap. The Bills just gave Gregory Rousseau a 4-year, $80 million extension with $54 million guaranteed. So now they have Epineza, Rosso, and Von Miller all under contract for next year. Which pretty much Mark took James Pierce Jr. thinking Rosso would leave, but now he's got him for depth, I guess. But yeah, the Vikings took Walter Nolan. The Texans got Tyler Booker, and as a Tyler Booker can play both left guard and right guard. The Texans do have Titus Howard at left guard, so I'll change that pick from I'll change the position of that pick from left guard to right guard. But yeah, the Texans got those two. Tyler Booker, Brad Noble was very happy about the Tyler Booker pick, and Isaiah Bond's a nice weapon to add. You got Kirk as a replacement to Diggs, and Bond can be a fill-in player replacement to Tank Dell. So, just saying, those are both really good additions.
Sorry, I'm just typing. Joey is still there with us?
Yeah, Joey's still there, and they have Juice Scruggs. I forgot. They have Titus Howard at left guard, Patterson at center, and Drew Scruggs at right guard. So I'm guessing Booker would start out in a depth role, but he'd probably replace Titus Howard by 26. He'd start out as a backup, but yeah. Okay, so next up is the Rams. They got Egbuka, and they got I think they traded their second round pick away to the Panthers. So they got Egbuka to replace Cooper Kupp. That's it. That's all they did. Which is a good move. I mean, you paid Stafford. You extended Alaric Jackson at left tackle. But you're paying. I just think the Rams not paying Cooper Kupp $20 million and paying Tutu Atwell, who's not as good as Cooper Kupp, $10 million a year. It just feels hypocritical to a degree. I don't know. You still have Puka Nacua on a rookie deal, but if you're going to pay Tutu Atwell $10 million a year, why are you going to pay Cooper Kupp $20 million a year? It just because Tutu Atwell isn't even half as good as Kupp, so it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it's the thing is who knows what's going on behind the scenes that we don't know about, Chris. We really don't. And, it's what they're comfortable with. But you're right. He's a better player. And if it comes to worst, Kupp is going to be on a team that wants him, teams that needs him. And that's the better relationship will grow among them because Cooper Kupp is still young, too, as well.
Yep. Ravens took 2 offensive linemen. They got Josh Simmons as Ohio State left tackle to Ronnie Stanley replacement. And they got Marcus Mabeau, the Purdue right tackle who's going to move inside to guard on the Ravens. So the Ravens, they do have Voorhees and Falele at left guard and right guard, but Marcus Mabeau is going to move into a swing guard / swing tackle role with the Ravens with that second round pick. Marcus Mabeau out of Purdue. So Simmons and Mabeau are their picks. What do you think of this draft to Oren, Joey? I thought the Ravens did a nice job beefing up the offensive line, adding more pieces.
I mean, that's what they needed to do. I mean, they lost a playoff game to a better defense, being Kansas City, and that's what happened. Tracy, why don't you get on the board here? Stop doing it.
Come into the chat room, Tracy. It was fun having you in the chat room to talk about the combine last week. It really was.
Well, if he's near Tracy, are you near a computer? Why don't you just get on?
Yeah. Oh, there is some people in the chat room. How many games do you play? Which one's your favorite? Cheap viewers on Streamboat. Wow. I was hoping for some intelligent football question in the chat room, but I was going to say either get on the show or come in the chat room, Chase.
Which one is your favorite game? I'll tell you which one is my favorite game.
Okay, the Lions took Kenneth Grant, and then they got JT Tuimoloau, the Ohio State defensive end, in the second round. Really good draft by Wes Langley to get those 2 players because he was debating between Kenneth Grant and Nick Scorton at 28. He went with Grant. But he got two really good players in Grant and Tui Maloau at 28 and 60.
The Lions.
Yeah.
What was the question? Sound like a personal question.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, it's like favorite game because I played, so it's like, is it my favorite game to watch? Was it the favorite game I played? Was it the favorite game I coached? I need specifics here.
Yep. And then we have Quincy Riley and Quishon Judkins, Tracy Porter's picks. They've been posted to the page. We're just waiting on the Chiefs now. And that's the thing. The Commanders, they did a really nice job here. Quincy Riley, and then they also got Quincy Riley to the Quincy Riley to the Commanders, sorry, and then they also got Quinshon Judkins at 61 just a few minutes ago. And Tracy asked,
Tracy,
it is.
Just send him the link. If he comes on, he comes on. If he doesn't come on, he doesn't come on. Because I like to get his interpretation on those two. Chris?
Yeah, I'll send Tracy the link.
Yeah, folks, this is just what's happening here. And then we'll have the Bills. I love this pick that the Bills did. We'll get Tracy if he comes on. We'll explain more about the Commanders. But I do love the Bills pick. James Pierce is my favorite defensive end coming out of college this time from Tennessee.
I had Pierce the left end initially because I thought he was going to replace Rosso, but the Bills just extended Rosso this morning, according to Tom Pelissero. So I've had to go back and edit that and change it from right end, left end to right end. But either way, he's an edge rusher for the Bills, and he started out in a depth role. And
but he is, as far as he may go in the top 15. Chris, he might not be around. He
may be here at 30 because there's been some teams taking him off their board due to character concerns. That's what I've heard with him. So he might not just be here. He might actually slip to day 2 because one of the coaches at Tennessee said, thank God he's gone after he left Tennessee because of his attitude was so toxic. Some people are saying he's uncoachable. I don't believe it. I think it's just BS to drive his stock down, but
we're getting all these rumors from every other, 1 out of 10 prospects. They're horrible because of their attitude. But, Pierce will have an immediate impact on the team that he gets selected. In this case, the Bills. He's a specialist. He has a very high ceiling, folks. Yeah. He's a 3-down edge rusher, very elite. And I do like this pick going to the Buffalo. It's not that he's played in cold weather. The South is, but we'll see how he would do in that respect, type of volume that he'll get. But he had a very good college season, very elite and very explosive player. And he'll bring a lot of great instinct and great knowledge to the game of the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and you could see I just got a message from Michael Casey Harris. That's who's picking for the Chiefs. So we are going to get the Chiefs pick. They did pick Maxwell Hairston at 31. We don't know who they're going to pick at 63 yet, but we're going to get that in a few seconds. But yeah, Maxwell Hairston ran a 4.29 at the combine. He gets picked 31st to pair with I do have a second round grade on Hairston, but he ran a 4.29 and he would be the number 2 corner next to Trent McDuffie, replaces Algerius Sneed. I think that's a really good pick. A little bit of a reach, maybe you could argue, but I think it's a really good fit for what the Chiefs want to do because I think he's great in man coverage and press. Zone needs a little work, but the Chiefs are a man-oriented team in terms of coverage, their coverage shells. So I think Hairston to the Chiefs are a really good fit, in my opinion.
It is. You have to find an angle of what you're going to do, like I just said, but we'll see. Oh, he's online right now. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll give Michael KBKC Harris an update of the board. Let me send him an updated version of the board
Mhm.
for the second round since he's picked.
So he didn't pick a wide receiver. He's asking for a wide receiver.
Okay, Tracy's available. Great. Awesome. So Tracy, if you want to come on the stream or if you want to come into the chat room, you can break down the picks. Tracy's available, so we can talk with Tracy about the Commanders picks. I did invite him on. I sent him the link.
Yeah. Well, we'll just wait.
We'll wait. If he comes on, great. If he doesn't, it's his decision.
I mean, if Michael wants a receiver, you got
Restrepo's still there. Tez Johnson's still there.
He asked about Xavier Restrepo, correct?
I told him Restrepo was there. I don't think he asked about Restrepo, but
yeah, I mean, but does he want a Julian Edelman or does he want somebody who's going to be a little bit a route run? Basically, I should say, does he want a route runner or does he want a speedster?
I'm not sure. We're waiting on Michael to make his pick, but Tracy is. I sent Tracy the link, and Tracy's going to be joining us. So yeah, this will be fun. Can talk with Tracy. We haven't talked with Tracy in a while. It's a lot of fun.
Well, as we go to draft season, this is what we're all about. I mean, we've been doing this for a long time. That's why I got in an argument with some stupid Raider fan, and I said, I've been doing this stuff from 2011. And he goes, oh, and then he shut up. I think I was joking.
Is that the Chiefs?
Because I'm not Mel fucking Kiper. We might not make the big bucks, but we have a head to use it too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I give him a little time to also.
I'll give Tracy some time. I'll give Michael some time. But yeah, if the restream link doesn't work, I can send Tracy a link to TalkShoe. All right. But yeah, Michael, what are you thinking here? The Chiefs, I feel like they got best left tackle on the board. Let me look at my board for a second. I think all the second round left tackles on my board gotten picked. Let me double check though. Yeah, Simmons is gone.
If he wants a left tackle,
he didn't say that. I just presumed he might because the Chiefs do need a left tackle. Ursery's gone. Gray Zabel is gone. Yeah, all the second round left tackles are gone. Emory Jones, the right tackle, is there. He'd be a good replacement to Jawan Taylor, but the Chiefs are stuck with that Taylor contract.
What about the Arizona?
Seattle took him. Arizona took Savannah.
Okay, and so
Jalen Travis is 66th on my board, but that's a little bit of a reach. I'm much higher on Travis than the consensus.
Yeah, I think most of the top 10, top 11 gone.
Yeah. Wyatt Milam, the West Virginia left tackle, is there. And Ozzie Trapillo, the Boston College left tackle, is there. So
Those
are a few guys.
Donovan Jackson and
Donovan Jackson picked by the Niners at 43. Donovan Jackson went to the Niners at 43, if you remember, with Mason Graham.
I like to take small. I mean, this is just my opinion. Take a small school guy if he's available right now. You never know how he is. I would take Charles Grant.
All right, let me try the TalkShoe link, Tracy.
What do I click on if not letting me join?
I can send you a link to TalkShoe instead of Restream if that'd be easier. I'll let me figure out what.
This is when
Because Restream, I get it. Restream, I could see how Restream would be kind of tedious as far as the link setup goes. So we'll try TalkShoe. We'll try that for Tracy. I don't know if that will be easier or not, but we'll try that. I've got an alternative to things when things don't go necessarily. All right, we'll try that. I don't know if this will work. Okay, that did work. But yeah, Michael's looking at the board. We'll give him a few minutes.
Bills extend Greg Rousseau, $54 million guaranteed.
Yep, I saw that. I saw that right as I was editing the Pierce pick because I figured Pierce would be a plug-and-play starter at left end next to A.J. Epinez, the right end they extended. But with both the left end and right end extended, Von Miller back as the backup left end, that makes James Pierce the backup right end, but gives Buffalo a dynamic because you can take Epinez out on third down situations and put Pierce in it right end on third down situations, and you have a much better sack artist, I think. Yeah, we'll get to the Eagles because the Eagles are going to take a while to pick. So we'll get to the Eagles pick now. We'll come back to the Chiefs if Michael does in fact post a second round pick. But at this point, I think we'll just get to the Eagles. And they traded out of 32. And with the 42nd pick, they took Landon Jackson out of Arkansas.
I like that pick.
Yeah. Landon Jackson, the Arkansas defensive end, goes to the Chiefs. So, yeah, I'm just trying to find the freaking link.
Do you want me to read that little blurb that I made about Golden?
Sure, go
or do
ahead.
you want me to read it later when we get to our
How about
the second?
if you read it now to kill some time, and then we'll, if Michael makes his pick, we can interject then, and then I'll get to the Eagles pick.
Okay. Let me see what we got here. Hold on. Where's my stuff here?
Bengals have just re-signed Mike Gesicki to a $25.5 million deal.
No, we'll get to the. But anyway, Raiders, if they get Shedeur Sanders or they get Geno, they're going to have to look for a dynamic wide receiver to secure them. And I believe in the 37th overall pick, Matthew Golden, who I selected in this draft, he's coming up in a little bit. I can wait. It's only like 8 picks. You want me to talk about Chris? Let's just
talk about Golden.
Okay.
Right?
So Golden is very speedy. He's a route runner. He does a lot of different things. He has blazing speed. He got 4.29 in the 40-yard dash. I just believe he's a very good ball carrier, very good explosive. They make very great dynamic plays, and they need a number one receiver. The Raiders do not have enough. Even, they have some receivers, but they really need a number one. And Devontae Adams never worked. So they really haven't had a true number one in a long time. And then we know we have the Harry Ruggs situation, all those other, types of guys. But I do like here this fit that I selected, Matthew Golden from Texas. Great pass catcher. It's going to make a huge difference to whoever is a quarterback, barring the line, giving him a little bit more, but stability. And they're getting a little bit better on the line. And I do see them picking up a lineman too as well. And they just did through picking up somebody basically from the Bengals. Go ahead, Chris.
I thought that was a great pickup. And, I had a first-round grade on Matthew Golden. And I was hoping you would pick Golden because you were debating between Golden and Luther Bird. And I was like, oh, crap. Is Oren going to pick my guy? But he took Golden, and we both got our guys, and it worked out great for both of us.
Yeah, and by the way, Burden is fabulous. And if he gets to the Patriots or the Raiders or whoever they want to decide, remember, Burden is a larger guy. Neither of these teams have a large receiver on their staff right now, and he'll make a difference. We hear all these, Metcalf trying to get a trade demand and all. But Seattle's asking for so much, and they're not going to get that, with all these teams, because the wide receivers in the first 3 rounds are very good. All of them have a high explosive.
There's receivers in the 4th, 5th round that have value too, Oren. But yeah,
they're not going to be as good as Metcalf. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you got guys like Torrey Horton, after Ricky White. I think there is a drop off from number 1 to number 2 wide receiver. Ricky White at the end of round 3. There's a drop off. There's other really good number 2, number 3 receivers in round 4, like Antoine Wells Jr., Alec Aomayer, Isaiah Bond, Jaden Higgins, Rock Taylor, Colin Lacey, Brendan Presley. There's guys. Don't get me wrong. And then round 5, you got guys like Jalen Royals, might actually go in round 2, Andrew Armstrong, Elijah Badger. I think he would have been a first-round pick next year if he went back to Florida, but he went declared this year. Efton Chisholm, the 3rd of Eastern Washington, is one of my sleepers. Ollie Jennings, Dominic Lovett, Theo East Jr., Josh Kelly, Jordan Watkins, Jacoby George, LaJohntay Wester, Jimmy Horn Jr., and then you got Kobe Hudson in round 6 and Daniel Jackson in round 6. So teams are going to lowball. Teams are going to offer a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th for those players. Interesting. Anthony Belton, left tackle, North Carolina State, is the pick for the Chiefs at 63. That is officially official. Anthony Belton.
Not bad. Now we have the last pick of the second round.
That's the Eagles. So the Kansas City Chiefs take Anthony Belton to compete with Walton Morris and Kingsley Suamadia for the left tackle job, and then the Eagles are up at 64. So the Eagles, I'll message Marcus Cross the updated version of the board. So, but yeah, he took Marcus Cross. He took Landon Jackson at 42, and I'll message Marcus Cross the board and let him know that we're on. Let him know that
he couldn't get on. I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a good chance we start round 3 today. But yeah, what do you think of the Landon Jackson pick? I mean, Josh Sweat is a UFA. That's a big story. Sweat being a UFA, that's a big, big story.
The thing is, it's like, how far will it get to? What will happen? What will be produced out of it? But we'll all see that come into play too as well.
I will talk about some baseball stuff a little bit later, but for now, I'm just going to stick with football because we're on the group mock. We're all having fun. For some reason, it's not letting me join you guys. Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Okay, who's the goon that did that?
I don't.
For some reason, I'm not letting me join. Try Facebook. Just try to put his camera on Facebook.
Yeah.
You freeze.
Let me try that. Because, if we can just get Tracy in the chat room, that would be great. He can ask whatever questions he wants, and I will give him the
Yeah,
floor.
we're going to have to get something for the draft, Chris. So let's try to prepare something where we can have like 8 members or 6 members.
We can, with Restream, we can have up to 10 guests in the room. And I know if Sean and Emmanuel and William come on, that's going to be at least 6. Mm-hmm. And if we screen share, if we get Tracy in the chat room, we're going to have at least 7 people in this room, and we can have up to 10. And I don't know I think screen sharing does count as a guest. So if I screen share my Draft Utopia draft results page, then that gives us like 10 people. And when I don't have a pick updated, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to put you see how it says follow Draft Utopia Next? We would edit that out. We'd put the teams and who they've picked in, because that's what we did with the MLS draft for soccer this year. We put, as the picks came in, we posted who's picking, who got picked, and where they got picked. And it really worked itself out. It really did work itself out very well. So we can do that for the draft. And I know because you, me, Joey is 3, Williams 4, if Sean and Emmanuel join, that's 6. Tracy's in the chat room, we've got 7. But we can have up to 10 guests on Restream. So that's the great thing about Restream. We can have up to 10 guests on one show.
Let's just run really quick. We're not going to go and describe every pick, and we might have described a couple of them already.
We've already gone through all 32 teams, Oren, every pick for every team.
Wait, we didn't we go? Not about the second round, did we?
Yeah, first and second. Joey and I went through the first 4 before you joined.
Okay, well let's just, because I don't think we talked too much about, even though we talked about this, we didn't go into too much about the picks as far as the second round and who the strongest ones were. Xavier Watts from the Colts from Notre Dame went to the Colts.
That was a really good pick. He was the top player on my board after I took Luther Burden. So that was a really good pickup by Sean Dante at 45.
And the other safety goes to the Dolphins, Malachi Starks from Georgia.
Malachi Starks, that was another good pick by Dion Reed.
And the other wide receiver, Jaden Higgins, goes from Ohio State, goes to the Packers. And then the running back started to come off the board. We had basically Cam Scatterbo from Arizona State goes to the Chargers. That's the other Charger pick that I like a little bit better than their first pick. And then Alfred Collins goes to the Bills. That's an excellent pick that Collins got that pickup. And then you had Caleb Johnson from Iowa, running back, go to the Panthers. Then you had another wide receiver, Isaiah Bond from Texas. And that left us to another. I mean, I'm not going to go over the whole thing, but there's a lot of offensive linemen that went off the board in this second round as well.
Yeah, a lot of the linemen went off the board here. A lot of teams building the trenches. I know Mike Gesicki just got extended. It's interesting. 3 years, $25.5 million.
I've just posted here. We are now in the third round.
Well, actually, we're still in round 2, actually. We're waiting for Eagles to pick, and then we're in round 3.
Oh, we just have that one more pick, correct?
Yeah, and then we're in round 3. And I believe the Giants lead round 3. If I'm wrong on that, I could be wrong on that. I think the Giants pick at 65, and then I think it's the Titans at 66 and the Browns at 67. Am I right on that? Can you double check, please?
Yeah, I'll do all the checking.
Appreciate that.
Oh, gosh. Okay, you're on the big board here for the third round. The Giants, Kansas City is now number 66. The trade with Tennessee.
That's the L'Jarius Sneed trade last year. So I
And
forgot
then-
the Chiefs got that third round pick because they traded L'Jarius Sneed, their corner, to the Titans. I
So
forgot
the
about
Kansas City is going to be back on the board very soon. So you might want to message him. He's got.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Don't go grab coffee yet. So Giants, Kansas City, Cleveland, Vegas, New England, Jacksonville.
I traded 69 to Emmanuel, so I traded 69 and 77 to Emmanuel. So those picks that I got, they're now Emmanuel's by way of.
Okay, so let's just wait from 65. You have Giants, Chiefs, Browns, Raiders, and then we'll worry about the trade. You can talk about it.
It's gonna be fun though. I'm gonna grab a granola bar and something to drink until the Eagles get back. All right. Dark chocolate chunk, peanut butter chocolate chip, and s'mores granola bars. In the granola pack. Yeah. All right. So we don't know what Marcus Cross is going to do yet, but I've always thought day 3 of the draft's the most fun. It's been a strange draft this year. There's been much less trades than usual. There were some people that were trying to move up to 46 where I ended up picking, but there's also people that, a lot of people that tried to trade up couldn't because people wanted to keep their second round picks this year.
Right. I mean, I just feel that they're trading with only 3 rounds in this instance. It's really hard to say, Chris, because you can't do much. You really can't. Yeah. It's fun to do what we're doing. We are basically writing the book at the same time while we're selecting them.
Yeah, because Joey tried to move up for Caleb Johnson before the Panthers picked him. He had a deal in play with Tracy at 61. And Tracy wanted Scativo, and the Chargers picked him. So,
But that's what happens in a regular draft, too. You might not get exactly. That's why you have your top 5 on the board.
Yeah, and I was prepared to move up for Connerly in the first round if Burden got picked. But Burden fell to me at 38, so I was able to play the waiting game and get 3 core players. So it worked out favorably this time. May not be the case in the 7-round mock.
Mm-hmm.
Free agency plus the pro day workouts are going to change everything. Joey, what do you think of this draft so far?
I think it's a good draft so far. We got a couple of surprises. The Jalen Noel thing definitely caught everybody else are. But if you're looking at intelligence, I don't think there's a more intelligent person in this draft than Jalen Milroe, and there's probably not a harder worker than Jalen Milroe. So I can see where he's coming from. But outside of that, pretty solid. Some things fell the way I thought they would, other things haven't. So I think this is a pretty realistic draft overall.
Agreed.
But anyway, barring after yours, Jacksonville, I believe, and then the Saints. So I'd message those.
Yeah, I'm not picking in round 3. I traded both picks to Emmanuel.
What does Emmanuel have?
Emmanuel Watson has the Falcons. So the Falcons have 69 and 77. And NHL needs to, you know how NFL flexes out of primetime games? NHL needs to introduce the ability to flex out hockey games. Like the game they're airing on ABC, it's the Seattle Kraken and the Philadelphia Flyers. Neither team's going to make the playoffs. So you flex it out with a game like the New York Rangers versus the Ottawa Senators, where both those teams are in contention for the last wild card. That would be a much better game to air. I think if you're the NHL, you need to start introducing flex packages for games on TNT and ESPN, ABC, basically.
By the way, for some reason, the Jets just traded the Seattle pick. So that Seattle pick that the Raiders gave to them for Geno now belongs to the Jets.
Wait, the Jets got that pick in real life?
Yeah, I'm looking at Tankathon.
How did that happen? Did the Seahawks...
Unless that's their original pick, but no.
Let me look at Tankathon here. Let me get this. Okay, so yeah, the Jets. Apparently, the Jets have that. I thought the Jets got a pick. So Seattle got 73 from the, because the Raiders had 73 from the Jets, and they traded that pick to Seattle. But now the Jets have reacquired it.
Well, the Jets owner will be happy.
I'm gonna look up the NFL draft on Wikipedia just to confirm everything.
Not me, myself too, because it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, just to confirm everything as far as apparently I thought 73 was. This says the Jets still own 73. Wikipedia has the Jets at 73, but it says the Jets never traded 73. Says the Raiders never had 2 third-round picks, but it's just being very weird. Like, I thought,
but it would be long.
I thought the Jets traded a pick. I thought the Raiders traded a pick in this year's draft.
They had 2 picks in the 3rd round.
Yeah, they still have 68, their own pick, but apparently the Jets have 73 now, and I thought the Jets originally owned 73, but. Wait, what is so Geno Smith ends up going to the Raiders. Okay, so Wikipedia still has Geno Smith on the Seahawks. So this is, even though they're accurate for their draft order, they're not credible when it comes to the so apparently 73. All right, so 73.
Yeah, I mean, does Bleacher Report have it?
Yep.
No, that's 5 days ago, so that's not going to have an
Yeah,
order.
Scott Laughton, the player that was traded to Toronto, was Philadelphia's 2012 first-round pick. Konechny was the 2015
Well, here's
first-round pick.
NFL Draft Buzz has it. Here, the NFL Draft Buzz reports that 73. They skip it, actually. They skip it. So it's got to belong to Seattle. I would just give it to Seattle, Chris.
Yeah, there's no official verdict on that 73rd pick. But yes, Scott.
Yeah, I just right now I'd give it to Seattle because I guess that is the pick that they traded to Seattle, whether it belongs to them or not. But I see here at NFL Draft Buzz, they did skip them for some reason.
Yeah. But yes, Scott Laughton was the Flyers' 2012 first-round pick, not the 2015 first-round pick. I'm not going to jump into an NHL rant, but I just wanted to correct myself from earlier before Warren came on the show and we talked about the NHL Trade Deadline. Konechny was the 2015 first-round pick. And I don't know why they're airing this game instead of the Senators-Rangers game, but I guess the fun thing about the Kraken Flyers game is I get to see Shane Wright, player we've talked about for a few years in this show, Joey, and Matvei Michkov, the right winger from Russia who came up this year, has had a really strong rookie year. So those are really the only players that I find remotely appealing about this game. But yeah, I've got the game on mute, and we'll talk about football still. Oh, we got something in the chat room. Is that Tracy? Let's see. Let's find out. Is that Tracy? Did Tracy pop in the chat? Yes, he did. What's up, you guys? I've had a good draft. I had to get Quincy Riley from Louisville. I think he'll come in and complement Lattimore. I agree. I think he will complement Lattimore very well. And you've got a lot of good young corners. Mike St. Bristol. You got a lot of really good players. Seattle has the 73rd pick in the Geno Smith trade with the Raiders, too. So, awesome stuff, Tracy. We appreciate the insight there. And, that definitely helps as far as the group mock goes. That definitely helps having that information present. So, yeah, I agree. 73rd pick does belong to Seattle. So, apparently.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I told you last night. But then I saw this tankathon. I was like, what's
Wikipedia
going on?
says the Jets still own that pick, but I don't think they've taken into account the fact that the Jets traded that pick to the Raiders to get Devontae Adams. And I think the Raiders traded that pick to Seattle to get Geno Smith.
Well, I hope Seattle, Geno Smith, better than Devontae Adams turned out.
And there's some speculation the Seahawks aren't done at QB. They might bring in Russell Wilson to compete with Geno. And whoever loses, that's the backup. Yeah, the Raiders. They'd have a Russell Wilson, Geno Smith Part 2 competition in Las Vegas. Two guys that know Carroll's offense. So if that's the case, they're not going to draft a quarterback at 6. I'm not saying that'll happen, but if it does, they're not going to draft a quarterback at 6 if that happens. And they bring in Russell Wilson to compete with Geno.
I mean, it's a fun thing to happen, but it's not.
I don't think it's a realistic scenario either, Oren. But if it does happen, it's a very fun
you
scenario.
want a young QB. You want a vibrant QB that's going to bring dimensions for the next 10 years, at least 5 years. And neither one of those guys are going to be around 5 years.
I'm in complete agreement with you, Oren.
So did Eagles take their pick?
Let me see. I appreciate Tracy being here. Let me see if Marcus Cross has made his selection yet. No, they haven't even seen the message, but they've got the last pick in round 2. But yeah, $25.5 million for Mike Gesicki. Gregory Rosso and Mike Gesicki extended this morning. And then Xavier Worthy arrested this morning. Tracy, the chat room. Do you have any volume?
Tracy, do you have a camera or volume?
He might be on his phone.
Okay, no worries.
But I appreciate him here regardless. In whatever capacity he can contribute, I do appreciate it. NFL notifications. Breaking rumor. We have been told the Browns have Shedeur Sanders as their QB1 in the draft. You can lock this pick in at number 2. NFL Notify, who follows me on Twitter.
Well, he was there to visit them. So, I mean, people are, to me, Shedeur Sanders, well, they also restructured Watson's contract 2 days ago. So it looks like he's not going anywhere. But as far as the rumor, who's trying to cut me off, as far as the rumors of Shedeur Sanders slipping, I think it's just a rumor. I don't think he's going to slip. I think he's still going to be in the first 10 picks for sure, maybe even, first 5. So, don't hold back if a team needs a quarterback.
Yeah, Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network did a 7-round mock draft. Cam Ward goes to the Giants. They trade $365 and a 2026 second rounder to the Titans for Cam Ward. The Browns get Shedeur Sanders at 2. Titans get Travis Hunter at 3. There's a lot of people mocking Armand Membao to the Patriots. I do not like that pick at all. No experience at left tackle. The equivalent of DeJuan Jones starting at left tackle, Membao. I don't like that pick. I would rather have Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks personally. Mason Graham to the Jaguars. Cardinals trade up for Abdul Carter with the Raiders. The Cardinals trade 644. The Cardinals get 644 and a 2026 third. Vegas gets 1647, 114, and a 2026 first from the Cardinals. Yes, they did. Mike Gesicki got re-signed this morning, Tracy. $25.5 million for 3 years. But yeah, Abdul Carter. I could definitely see the Cardinals trading up for Abdul Carter. They'd have to give up a lot, but I could definitely see that trade happening at 6. Tyler Ward to the Jets, Shamar Stewart to the Panthers, McMillan to the Saints, Ashton Ginty to the Bears, Will Campbell to the 49ers as a right tackle, Golden to the Cowboys, Kelvin Banks to the Dolphins, Jihad Campbell, Colson Loveland to the Falcons. So the Broncos trade 2085 and a 2026 second rounder to move up to 15. Raiders get Malachi Starks in the trade down. Kel Williams is a Buccaneer. Eamon Warry's a Falcon. Izaraku's a Packer. Will Johnson's a Charger. Donovan Jackson's a Texan. Gray Zabel a Viking. Carson Schlesinger. Jalen Walker. Walter Nolan's a Lion. Nick Scorton's a Commander. Tyleek Williams a Bill. Josh Simmons a Chief. And Pierce is an Eagle. Yeah. I already don't like this mock draft with James Pierce falling to the Eagles. Milrose a Raider at 37. Siobhan Rebels a Patriot. Reading a Pro Football Network writer Ian Cummings, who we've had on the show we had him on a show a few years ago on I think it was either Anchor or Talk Show. We had him on a show a few years ago, and I believe he just posted a 7-round mock draft after PFN rehired him. So yeah. And I'm reading some of the 7-round mock draft picks.
I see.
So the Browns end up picking Mike Green at 33 as the Myles Garrett replacement in this mock. They also got Shedeur at 2, and then they get Anthony Belton at 67 as a left tackle, allowing them to keep DeJuan Jones at right tackle. I just do not like Brady Swinson round 3. I do not like this mock for the Patriots. Restrepo to the Panthers at 74 is a good value pick. Emory Jones is a right tackle. That's another good value pick. But yeah, the tight end Tracy's referring to is Gesicki. He re-signed with the Bengals for $25.5 million. And the Raiders end up getting another first-round pick. So, it kind of works itself out. The Raiders end up trading down with the Cardinals. Abdul Carter falls to 6.
Yes, is this Verdugo tires? Oh, okay, sorry. So we're still waiting on the Eagles, Chris?
Yeah, I'll check the Eagles. Yeah, we're still waiting on the Eagles.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been reading some mocks, looking at some free agency news. I think there's a lot of interesting things going on with free agency.
Well, it's just about to happen.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins wants to be traded. He wants to start for another team. I don't know if he's going to have that type of leverage as far as free agency goes. Trey Hendrick, Mike Gesicki, $25.5 million. Yeah, Capo Caco's the Rangers' number 2 pick in 2019 got traded to the Kraken back in December. I forgot to mention that earlier. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens with what happens here. Justin Fields wants $10 million a year, and the Steelers are saying we want you, but we want you for less than $10 million a year. Basically, the Steelers want to pay Justin Fields what the Browns paid Winston. That's basically what's going on. That's why Fields has not been re-signed yet, because he only wants $10 million a year. He's not asking for 15 or even a lot of money. He's asking for $10 million a year. I would pay him that, honestly. I don't know why the Steelers are lowballing him, but hey, if that's how they feel, he should go to another team.
We'll see what happens on that.
Because I think there is a team that will pay him $10 million a year. Cousins, what teams do you think Cousins can start for? Tracy asked. I don't know. Maybe the Jets. I don't know. What does Aaron Glenn want specifically in a quarterback? I'm thinking the Jets might end up with Cousins. The Titans, I don't think they're going to make that big splash for Cousins. Browns, I could see the Browns getting Cousins. They only have $12 million in cap space, though. I think they're going to get their QB in the draft. And then the Giants end up with Cousins, but I think they're going to get Rodgers. So that really leaves the Raiders, who just traded for Geno. That's the Jets. So the Jets are probably the team that I think will end up with. I think the Jets are going to end up with. I really don't see another team in the market for a QB.
What about our Saints?
Saints could end up. I think the Saints are going to stick with Carr and what they got at QB. Because I don't think they're going to. If they had bought out Carr, it would have happened by now. They didn't buy out Carr, so I don't think it's going to happen. Aaron Glenn could get his QB in the draft, but I think that if they lose Aaron Rodgers, it's either you get Kirk Cousins, you get Russell Wilson, who won Super Bowl 48 in New York, or I don't know. It's got to be one of those two, or you reach for a QB in the draft. But I would think by process of elimination, it's either Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson heading to Aaron Glenn's New York Jets.
Yeah.
How about the Jets, the Giants?
Browns are out of the running for Cousins. I've heard that they're so that opens up a more significant chance for Cousins to go to.
I think if the Titans get a QB in free agency, it's going to be a Russell Wilson. So I would say Russell Wilson ends up on the Titans, Rodgers ends up on the Giants, and Cousins ends up on the Vikings. And that's all the QB moves we get in free agency, at least all the big ones. Does Fields want to come back at what the Steelers want versus $10 million, or would he rather go to another team, even if it means being the backup for $10 million a year? That's the big question with Fields. Fields is kind of a wild card.
Don't forget, Kirk Cousins can end up in Seattle too,
Seahawks are looking at Sam Darnold.
because they just traded Geno, extra third-round pick.
Yeah. They want Darnold. The Seahawks want Darnold. I think Sam Darnold to Seattle is going to happen. If it doesn't, though, it'll be interesting to see how this turns out, because I think Darnold ends up in Seattle. I'm going to predict that Justin Fields ends up in Minnesota as a backup to McCarthy, but it's also possible they keep Daniel Jones as the backup to McCarthy, because Daniel Jones is on a team-friendly deal. So it's possible Vikings keep Daniel Jones. But if they don't want to risk McCarthy starting, they don't want to risk Daniel Jones starting, Justin Fields on a one-year deal, $10 million is not a bad option. I would take Fields over Daniel Jones. So, just saying.
My general manager is a protege of the Browns general manager.
It's possible they get Winston, too. It's possible they bring in Winston to compete with Daniel Jones, and Fields ends up on the Colts to compete with Richardson. That's also a possibility. And I think that's more likely looking at things in hindsight.
He's very big on the cap. So with the Vikings, with his protege being the general manager, he's very cognizant of potential cap implications and how they manage how they get their cap.
Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
Well,
That's the name of the Vikings GM. But it's too long for Joey to pronounce. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. So he just calls him Barry's prodigy because the name's too long to pronounce.
Yeah, there's quite a few of those. But I'm going to run back because I don't know Marcus Cross is listening or not. Philadelphia Eagles still on the board here. You want to read what they got in the first two rounds?
They got Landon Jackson, the Arkansas defensive end. I said it earlier. They got Landon Jackson, Arkansas defensive end, to be an edge rusher at 34 outside linebacker because Josh Sweat's a UFA. So they're reloading an edge rusher, getting that pass rusher to complement Nolan Smith.
Yeah, no, and then I do believe now they still need a guard and a linebacker they can use here. Zach, but they just re-signed Zach Braun, I think, correct?
Yeah.
And so a wide receiver wouldn't hurt to get. I mean, wide receiver, their depth behind the two wide receivers.
I do have a comment from Tracy. Aaron Rodgers ends up in Pittsburgh and Justin Fields goes to the Jets. I can see that. If Rodgers does not go to the Giants, I think he ends up on the Steelers. And if he wants to win now, he should go to the Steelers.
No, he got to retire, Tracy. He got to retire.
He beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, so now he has to atone for his sin. But I don't consider it a sin. Many Yinzers consider it a sin, but I don't consider it a sin, and I live in Pittsburgh. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, he plays for Tomlin. I can see it. I can genuinely see it.
I love Tracy. I just want to point out he told me the Bengals just re-signed the tight end.
Mike Gesicki?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a few minutes ago, too. $25.5 million per year for 3 years.
Yeah, so it's fun. It's fun doing this. We have a lot of re-signing, trading. This is all part of the beginning of free agency where teams begin to talk in negotiations on themselves and negotiations on themselves. You love me, don't you know, Tracy? I got to hear your voice. Anyway, you're making me crack up. Anyway, who do you like here, Tracy? I know you're on our chat line. Who would you take if you were the Eagles in this situation? And you can move up the board for him to look at, Chris.
Number one player on my board is Georgia right guard Tate Ratledge. I think he'd be a perfect replacement for Mekhi Becton, the right guard in the Eagles, who's set to be a UFA. You do have Cam Jurgens still in a rookie deal. You extended Landon Dickerson. You extended Mailata, and you still have Lane Johnson at right tackle. So Tate Ratledge, easily not only number 20 on my big board, also a position of need for the Eagles. And they said they're looking at edge rusher and offensive line. So Tate Ratledge would be my pick here. This is not even a debate for me. The other option is you could take Deon Walker at nose tackle. You do have Jalen Carter and you do have Jordan Davis at defense. You have Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter at nose tackle, 34 right end. You're rotating those two. But with Milton Williams set to be a UFA at 34 left end, you can move Jordan Davis to 34 left end and you could get Deon Walker at nose tackle and just reload on the defensive line. That's also an option. He's my number 2 player on the board, Deon Walker. But those are both options for the Eagles at 64. And I'm sure Joey will agree, those are both great fits for the Eagles too, because Ratledge would be a day one starter, right guard for the Eagles. And I also believe that Deon Walker would be a day one starter for the Eagles because you could move Milton Williams. You could have him replace Milton Williams because Deon Walker can play defensive tackle, nose tackle, or 34 defensive end with his versatility. So you could draft him as a 34 left end to replace Milton Williams, or you could move Jordan Davis to 34 left end and plug Walker in at nose tackle with his size. Either way, it's an upgrade with Williams set to be a UFA. So they're both great fits for the Eagles here.
Also because Rutledge is a great run blocker, and he also takes on what he did last year. Another great run blocker.
And Tracy said Deon Walker to Kentucky would be his pick for the Eagles. Yeah, they're both great picks at this point. But yeah, Matvey Michkov and Macklin Celebrini are tied for rookies and goals with 20 each. And they're showing Michkov today. Michkov's looked decent. Shane Wright's looked a lot better defensively in terms of winning faceoffs and being aggressive when checking. So Shane Wright's made a lot of major improvement from the 22 draft. But yeah, Drysdale's on the Flyers in this game too. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for the Eagles to pick. I'm wondering if Marcus Cross is watching the Kraken Flyers game on ABC. I've got it on mute. But yeah, I'm wondering if Tracy said Deon Walker would be his pick for the Eagles, but I think Ratledge and Walker are the top 2 guys on my board at 20 and 21 respectively. Who's next? Who's still on the board besides those 2 that I have first round grades on? Restrepo? I don't think the Eagles need a receiver. They still have Dotson for 1 more year. They have Brown under contract. They have Smith under contract. They're not picking Restrepo. I can pretty much guarantee that. Clay Webb. I have Clay Webb in my 30 on my board. He's available too if you want him as a right guard. So, you know, those are my top 3, and they're all good fits for the Eagles. So those are my only 3 players with round 1 grades still on the board. Do you want me to go into further detail with some of my round 2 players still on the board, or should we just wait for the Eagles to pick?
You go ahead. You're talking.
All right. I'll mention. All right. So I have Castro at 37 on my board. I did have a first round grade on Castro for the longest time, but he had an awful combine. I had to move him down to 37, and that's probably the highest anybody has him on their board. I think most boards had Castro in the late round 3 before the combine. I'm guessing he's a day 3 pick in most draft simulators now. I would guess. Still like Castro's upside, but he's a much bigger project than I anticipated. After Castro, next best player on my board is Georgia left guard Dylan Fairchild. I have him at 44 on my board, ahead of Landon Jackson. Jabbar Muhammad, the Oregon corner, still on the board. Oh, that's interesting. Colorado jumped Minnesota for wild card 3 in the Western Conference last night. I was not aware of that. So if the season ended today, Minnesota would play. They would play Vegas.
Sorry if I get bored from your hockey talk.
Like Dallas. But yeah, sorry, not trying to get sidetracked. I was just kind of thrown off by that NHL update. But Jabbar Muhammad and Ches Johnson are both still on my board. I have them at 47 and 48 on my board, the Oregon players. One player who I have in the second round who did not get a combine invite, Logan Parr, the SMU left guard. I really like Logan Parr. Yeah. I'm wondering if Dotson's going to get a contract extension too. My guess is they'll probably let him hit the open market if they plan on keeping A.J. Brown and Smith, because if the Eagles, I don't see the Eagles extending Dotson unless they trade A.J. Brown away. And, even though there's been some friction at times between Hurts and Brown, because they won a Super Bowl together, I think that friction sort of cooled off to where they can play another year together. And if there's drama next year, then you probably trade him in 2026. That would be my hunch on A.J. Brown, Joey. I could be wrong on that hypothesis, but because the Eagles won the Super Bowl, I think any friction Hurts and Brown had died down. It went from like a 7 to a 0 or a 7 to a 1 because they won the Super Bowl. If they hadn't won the Super Bowl, I think he would have been traded by now. I do. But because they won the Super Bowl, that friction they had died down. It went from a 7 to a 1 out of 10. So, not saying that friction can't come back, but it died down to where there's not going to be any friction between them until the regular season this year. And there won't be a trade, I don't think, until next offseason.
As long as they're winning, there's no friction.
Exactly. And since they won the Super Bowl, because when the Eagles lose games, A.J. Brown gets upset because he didn't get the ball enough. But as long as they're winning, there's going to be zero friction between them. That's why I'm saying even though all these A.J. Brown trade rumors are BS. So,
they don't have it.
Yeah. Now, I do think Dotson comes back because Dotson's on year 4 of his rookie deal. I do think they fifth-year tender Dotson, but I don't think they'd extend Dotson unless A.J. Brown's traded, and I don't think Brown will get traded until 2026 at the earliest. And that's assuming the Eagles don't repeat and there's more friction between Hurts and Brown. It's not at the boiling point where the Terrell Owens-Donovan McNabb relationship was at. It's not at that boiling point where you have to trade one of them to keep the QB happy. It's not at that boiling point. There may be some tension between the two, but the friction's not so ugly that it's at a boiling point like Terrell Owens, Donovan McNabb. That's not the case with A.J. Brown and Hurts, Joey. While there may be friction and tension between the two, it's not at a boiling point like with Owens and McNabb. And they just won a Super Bowl, so I don't think Brown is getting moved for that reason alone.
As long as they're winning, there won't be tension.
Yeah, and there were 3 teams looking at goalies in the NHL draft. San Jose, but they got Askarov in the trade with Nashville. Calgary, but Dustin Wolf emerged. And the Flyers, but the Flyers goalie started for Sweden in the Four Nations tournament. Four Nations tournament with Canada, USA, Sweden, Finland. Really popular hockey tournament that got high ratings. So because the Flyers goalie was the starting goalie for Sweden in that Four Nations tournament, that goalie market that could have opened up died down a little bit. And Spencer Knight's now on the Blackhawks. So there really isn't a team in serious demand for a goalie right now in the draft. Maybe the Penguins draft a guy, but I don't think they'd start him. They'd probably keep him in the minors and let him develop for a few years and be more patient with him. And if Blomqvist turns things around, that goalie they draft would stay in the minors. But yeah, Logan Parr I have at 51. Let's get back to the NFL here. Billy Bowman, Oklahoma strong safety. I have it 53 on my board, and he's still available. Kyle Monangai, the Rutgers running back. I love Monangai. He is at 54 on my board. Denzel Burke, the Ohio State corner, is also still on the board. Emory Jones, LSU right tackle, has not been picked yet. Devin Neal, Kansas running back, not been picked yet. Malachi Moore, Alabama free safety, not been picked yet. And Jonas Sanker, the Virginia safety, not been picked yet. That's my top 64. I can keep going in round 3, but I kind of want to get some input from what you guys think of the players still on the board in round 2 before we get to before we break this down a little bit further. Kind of want to hear Joey Noren's input on that board before I get into round 3. I'll go into round 3, but I want to get some input on what you guys think of my board for round 2 before we get into it. I agree, Tracy. It's very deep at receiver this year.
Well, my top 3 players for my top round 3 picks, they're all still there. Emory Jones, I think, is an intriguing pick because I thought he would have gone late first, early second. So that's an intriguing pick there.
Apparently, according to a way back gone, the Miami Marlins and Cleveland Guardians are very close to a blockbuster trade that would send Sandy Alcantara Jr., the Marlins' #1 starting pitcher, to the Guardians. So that is news according to a way back gone, the Cleveland Guardians blog for Fansided. The Marlins and Indians are close to a trade that would send the Marlins' #1 ace pitcher, Alcantara Jr., to the Guardians. So that's news. That's breaking news for baseball. So that just came in. Alcantara's got 2 years left on his deal before he becomes a UFA. But that is news. I just got that from Facebook. While I'm still waiting for the Eagles to send me their pick, they haven't sent the pick in. I don't know what's happening. Owen Tippett scored in the hockey game I'm watching, but let's get to round 3 on the board. Joey thought there were some good value picks. You want to touch on that Alcantara news I just got, Joey, or should we just? I'm going to dive into round 3 while Oren's here. Quinn,
I'm just listening to you guys.
Because for me, it's what is the compensation? Because about the only thing the Guardians have now are profits. So, I mean, they already traded away their big trade. So, what would the compensation be? Because that's where the interesting part is.
I think the Marlins want DeLauer, but I don't think the Guardians are going to deal him because he's so close to being ready for the majors and their center fielder's a UFA in 2026. It makes no sense for them to move him. I'm not sure what exactly the Marlins. I am going to take a look at Fangraphs here and find out what the I'm going to find out exactly what could be moved as far as prospects go for Sandy Alcantara. Because I'm guessing we would have to move one of our top players. We're not moving Bazana or DeLauer, but what else could we move to get him? And then I'll get to round 3 here. Let's see. Juan Brito, he was from the Rockies. Third baseman, I could see him being a player that gets moved. Alex Mooney, a 2023 7th-round pick, is in AA. Alex Mooney is a third baseman. I could see I'd be willing to deal Mooney because remember the Marlins traded their third baseman Jake Berger to the Texas Rangers. So Mooney, he's in AA, 2023 7th-round pick. I'm cool with moving him to the Marlins. I think that would be a good player to move. Bazana is expected to be promoted from single A+ to AA on the Akron. I believe he'll be on the Akron Rubber Ducks, I think, are the AA team. They might be the AAA team, but yeah, I think the Columbus Clippers are AAA, Rubber Ducks are AA. So yeah, He's on the Akron Rubber Ducks now. Bazana. I don't think Bazana or DeLauer is going to get moved, even if the Marlins do want DeLauer. I'm trying to think. Jake Fox, a 2021 third-round pick, center fielder / second baseman / right fielder. He's in Double-A. I could see Jake Fox, Guy Lipscomb, 2022 fifth-round pick. I think it's going to be, if I had to guess, it'd be Jake Fox and Alex Mooney, and maybe a pitcher prospect. But I would say those two probably get moved for Alcantara, maybe a pitcher prospect. Tommy Mesa, 2021 second-round pick in AAA. That would probably be the three that I think get packaged. And that's a lot to give up for Alcantara, but that's a great return. Could also move Espinoza. Espinoza is good, but he's always injured. If the Marlins want to gamble on Espinoza, I'm willing to throw him into this as well. Change of scenery might be what Espino needs, and it's worth it if we're getting Alcantara, who's one of the best number one starters in the league when healthy. And John Means, who's the Orioles' number one starter for many years, signed a one-year deal with the Guardians. So if you have a healthy John Means, you have a healthy Shane Bieber, and then you get Alcantara, that's three really good number one starters for that rotation, which is huge. All right. Let's get back to the NFL group mock. Oren's been patient with us. I'll get into the MLB mock later when Oren decides to move on, but we're going to get into the group mock, and we'll get into some other stuff here.
Go ahead.
We got the Quinn Ewers is 65 on my big board. He has not been picked yet, and I'm willing to bet Quinn Ewers will be the next QB off the board, and I bet Riley picks him in the third round. Riley K probably picks him in the third round because Seattle does not have a QB now. I bet Riley picks Quinn Ewers in the third round. I bet that ends up happening. If I had to guess. Because Riley said, if I'd known Geno was going to get traded, I would have picked a QB earlier. Jalen Travis, Howard Cross III, Jordan Hancock, Ole Gordon, Travian Henderson, Taj Brooks, Jonah Monheim, Damian Martinez, Kevin Winston Jr., Gadsden, Luke Kandra, Donovan Edwards, R.J. Harvey, Ricardo Hallman, Kamon Rucker, Horton, Will Howard, Ashton Gillott, Wyatt Milam, Luke Lakey, Hunter Wohler, Mitchell Evans, Notre Dame tight end Kobe Bryant, cornerback Kansas, Nick Martin, middle linebacker Oklahoma State, Nick Jackson, right outside linebacker Iowa, Barrett Carter, Clemson, Ricky White, UNLV, Princely Umanian, Ole Miss, Riley Mills, Notre Dame, Jordan Birch, Oregon, Ozzie Trapillo, Boston College, left tackle, and Jay Higgins, the Iowa middle linebacker. That's my third round, guys. So there's a lot of talent still on the board for teams in the first, second, third round. I agree, Tracy. Quinn Ewers probably will be the next quarterback off the board, and if I had to guess who's going to pick him, it's going to be Riley K of the Seahawks. Because Riley K kind of hinted at picking a quarterback. I mean, David Koenig of the Titans could pick him too. It's going to be David or Riley if I had to guess. Because the David of the Titans has not picked the QB yet. And I think Ewers could beat out Levis for the starting job. I think he's the one guy left in this draft who could beat out Levis for a starting gig right out of the gate. I don't think Will Howard would beat out Levis, but I think Will Howard's a guy has more upside than Levis, and I think he'd start by midseason at the very latest. We got a message. Is that Tracy? Cool. Oh, I never X'd out my message with Tracy. Lol.
That's the same one.
That's on me. That's on me. Tracy, you're good. That's on me. All right. We enjoy having you here. When is Marcus Cross and the Eagles going to pick? I'll get to my fourth round big board, but I want to hear your thoughts on some of the guys that I have in round 3. It just feels like I'm reading off names. Next 4 picks, Marcus Cross has this pick. Round 3 begins with William Yanish of the Giants. Michael K.B. Karras, who just picked the left tackle Anthony Belton for the Chiefs at 63, has pick 66. And then Joey has picked 67 after the Eagles. So that's the next 4, Tracy. Eagles, Marcus Cross at 62. Giants, William Yanish at 65. So Eagles, Marcus Cross at 64. Giants, William Yanish at 65. Chiefs, Michael KBK Harris with the Titans pick at 66. And Joey with the Browns at 67. That's the next 4 picks. You want Oren to read off a list of who's picking after that? Hollywood Brown has just re-signed a 1-year deal with the Chiefs worth up to $11 million. I think the Chiefs saw the Worthy arrest this morning and the fact that Rashee Rice might go on trial, and they're like, you know what? We got to get Brown back on a cheap deal. So Marquez Brown is a Chief. Chiefs will draft for depth at receiver because Jalen Watson's a free agent. Remember, Justin Watson's a free agent. They do have Sky Moore for 1 more year. Joseph Potter can surprise us with his pick. Oh, he will. Joey will surprise people with his 3rd-round pick at 67. I can guarantee you that. I'm not going to say what position, but it'll be a surprise. You'll enjoy what he picks at 67. And that's all.
Which one? Where are you at right now? As far as the picks you're doing now?
64. We're still on 64.
64. Yeah.
Away from the Eagles.
No, but yeah.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah.
You don't say position because you don't know position. But believe me, it'll be a surprise pick.
I know it'll be a surprise pick. That's the fun of it. That's why I was reading Tracy's comment. Joseph Potter can surprise us with his pick. It's going to be a surprise. I agree. But yeah, Hollywood Brown is a Chief for 1 more year.
And I like that pick because, well, I'm not huge on the Hollywood Brown as a superstar. I am big on Hollywood Brown's ability to make big plays when it matters. He's shown in his career he can do that. So he also has shown that he can stretch the field. So, I mean, it's a really good pickup for the Chiefs. So, keep him under contract.
Yep. $25.5 million for 3 years. So Tanner Hudson also got extended. So Tanner Hudson, the backup tight end to Gesicki's back. 3rd-string tight end was Eric All, but he got another. I think he got another season-ending injury in the offseason. So I don't know if All's even going to play with the Bengals. I don't think tight end's a need for the Bengals. I really did like Gesicki coming out of Penn State. He did good with the Bengals, so I think that's a good addition.
You guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Oren?
Just relaxing.
Still on the. Still.
You wanted to get the list of. I just thought you wanted to give me the. Go through the list.
Go ahead. Go through the list of teams.
So where? That's what I was asking. Where are you announcing them? Well, let's go to your pick. Your 77 is the Patriots. Then you get the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals.
Actually, the Patriots traded both 3rd-round picks to Atlanta. I keep saying that.
But yeah, you did tell me. So you have both of those picks.
I traded both those picks.
Emmanuel has both of the picks.
Yes, Emmanuel has both of those picks. Thank you.
And that is Atlanta Falcons selection in our draft. But so far right now, it's the New England Patriots in the regular life. Cardinals. Then you have the Commanders, the Colts, Indianapolis Colts, and number 80. 81 is the Cincinnati Bengals. 82 is Seattle Seahawks. So Seattle has right now 3 picks in the 3rd round. which
I
would
do have some baseball news. This is actually pretty big news. This is from
Okay.
Eddie Mata. He's a Yankees fan. Garrett Cole will not pitch this year. He will need Tommy John surgery after getting injured in spring training yesterday. So that is breaking news. Garrett Cole will have Tommy John surgery. He will be out for all of 2025. And when I did my MLB mock earlier, I said there are 4 serious contenders in the American League: the Mariners, the Detroit Tigers, the Cleveland Guardians, and the Yankees. And with Garrett Cole pretty much out for the year with Tommy John surgery, that's pretty much a death blow to the Yankees' chances at a World Series this year. Opens up the AL East for the Orioles, the Rays, even the Red Sox, with them getting Garrett Crochet from Chicago. That is a game changer, guys. I know. We'll get back to football, Oren.
No, it's all good. You talk. I'm doing a bunch of stuff here. Don't worry.
That's a huge loss, though, for the Yankees. Garrett Cole's their best pitcher, so him getting Tommy John surgery pretty much kills their World Series chances. Might kill their playoff chances or division-winning chances, too. You know, what do you think of that? Because that's a big loss. Like, I didn't want to get off topic, but that's big news. Like, that is a huge loss. Only thing that would be more.
Well, it's good for your Guardians.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Joey, because Garrett Cole and Trevor Bauer were teammates at UCLA. So, and Trevor Bauer, I think he's been pitching baseball in like Japan or something. He's been pitching baseball in a country outside the United States. But Bauer would be a number 1 starter on the Rockies. That's how bad the Rockies rotation is. Trevor Bauer would be a number 1 starter on the Colorado Rockies. But the Yankees, you know, they got to find a way to replace Garrett Cole. Otherwise, they are out of this thing. And I think it's going to come down to the Mariners, the Tigers, and the Guardians now. Yeah, Tracy Porter said huge loss for the Yankees with no Garrett Cole. Because I was going to throw them into the conversation to win the AL with the Mariners, Guardians, and Tigers. It's just not going to happen now without Garrett Cole. It's just not. I mean, look, I like batting lineups as much as the next guy, but I just can't see the Yankees winning a World Series without Garrett Cole. I mean, and they lost Juan Soto to the Mets, too. That's another thing. They barely beat the Guardians. Yeah, they beat us, but they only beat us because Juan Soto was clutch. And the other starters stepped up and they had home field. They're not going to get that this year. I really like the Mariners. I've got a Mariners-Dodgers World Series, and I've got the Mariners beating the Tigers to win the AL pennant. I've got the Dodgers going back to the World Series. So that's what I've got, Joey. I think the Guardians are probably number 3 in the American League. They could be number 2 or 1, but yeah, I mean, a lot of it just depends. If the Guardians get Alcantara and John Means has a comeback year and Shane Bieber has a comeback year, Cleveland could easily end up at number 1 on this list. But I do think the Tigers made some additions to tweak their bullpen to where it's on par with the Guardians. And I think they've got Josh Jung, Jace Jung, the brother of Josh Jung of the Texas Rangers, coming up from the minors. So we'll see what happens. Is Marcus Cross? Oh, Marcus Cross did respond. Eagles. Okay, Ozzie Trapillo is the pick. The Eagles have selected Ozzie Trapillo. That is officially official, guys. So Ozzie Trapillo is the 64th pick. And we're on to round 3.
Hey, welcome to round 3, folks.
Ozzie Trapillo is the pick. So, yeah, William is on the clock here. William Yanish, I'm going to text him, let him know he's on the clock.
Dang.
It's an interesting pick, a left tackle at 64, but let's get on to round 3. We made it to round 3, final round of the first group mock we're doing. If the comp picks do not come out by the time we're done with this, we will stop at pick 96. But that is not the case yet, and the Giants are on the board. The New York Giants and William Yanish are on the clock. I'm going to see if Williams even read my texts.
Well, who?
Yeah, because William usually does the Saturday morning shows with Joey and I, William Yanish. He couldn't make it today, but it is his turn to pick at the group mock at 65. So I'm just letting him know that he's on the clock and he can pick whenever. Yeah, Jessica Campbell, she's the assistant coach for the Seattle Kraken. They're saying she could be the first female head coach in NHL history. I do think we are going to get a woman head coach at some point in one of these four sports, whether it's the NFL or the NHL, maybe the NBA. I think it's going to be one of those three. I don't know when it'll happen, but I do think it's going to happen at some point.
Sue Bird was supposed to be the heir apparent to Red Popovich, but she got a head coaching offer from the WNBA and didn't want to wait for Popovich to finally retire. So,
but Popovich has been in a hospital. He's not going to be back with the Spurs. And if Becky Hammond wanted to bail on the Aces, now would be the time to do it, especially if Popovich can't come back.
Yeah, and I think I said Sue Bird. That was my fault. But, yeah, Becky Hammond said she was supposed to take over the first time Popovich was supposed to leave. Then Popovich decided to stay. So, I don't know. Maybe she goes back and the Spurs hire her because she was a favorite of the era, too.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. I would say Becky Hammond, Jessica Campbell are the two that I think will probably have the best shot at being a coach. Because even though there are some female coaches in the NFL, none are at assistant head coach or coordinator status. Jessica Campbell is the assistant head coach to Dan Bilesma on the Seattle Kraken right out of the gate. And she's a former women's hockey player at Cornell, which is a very hard school to get into. So I would say
I think
Becky Hammond and Jessica Campbell are probably the two best options. If I had to pick a future female to be a women's head coach in pro sports, I would say Becky Hammond is one and Jessica Campbell, the Kraken, is probably number two. And I think those are probably the two best options to be future head coaches. If we see a woman head coach in sports, I think it's going to be one of those two. I can't really see anyone else this time entering that conversation, even though we are starting to see more diversity in sports, more women in sports. And there might be another candidate that emerges down the road, but right now, those are the only two future head coaches I see in men's sports that are women. I can't really see anyone else outside of Hammond or Jessica Campbell getting a head coaching opportunity right now. Because even though we've seen more female coaches in the NFL, they're either like quarterback coaches or positional coaches. They're not coordinators.
Brian Lewis
Tracy said William will probably pick an offensive lineman or in Shiri. Becky will leave the Aces. I agree. Becky will probably go to the Spurs, but Spurs, they can pick any coach they want if Popovich doesn't come back because he's in the hospital and he's not returning to the Spurs this season. Victor Wembanyama had an arm injury that caused him to miss the rest of the season. But the Spurs are positioned very well. And the crazy thing is if the Spurs end up with this, there's an improbable scenario where the Spurs theoretically end up with the number 1 and number 2 pick in the NBA lottery since they own the Hawks' first round pick. And in that scenario, Joey, you get Cooper Flagg, you get Dylan Harper, you get Stephon Castle, You have Chris Paul, and you have Wembanyama back from his injury next year. And holy cow, with that roster, they are loaded. They are loaded to the point where it's not even funny how stacked they would be with that roster. And if you give Becky Hammond a team that good, she will win. And then we'll start seeing a domino effect. And if she's really good, more women coaches will get hired as a result. If she's not, I don't know what happens after that. I'm not going to open that can of worms right now. But yeah, William Yanish is on the clock in round 3. I kind of had a feeling William wasn't going to be on today because usually on Friday nights I'm pulling an all-nighter, coding the site or preparing stuff for the show, and Williams texts me occasionally when he can call in during those Friday nights. And I didn't get any text from William last night, so that should have been an indicator I wasn't going to get. He wasn't going to be on today. But yeah, it's been fun talking football with Orrin. We got Geno Smith actually had more career passing yards and a better completion percentage than Justin Herbert. That's very interesting. George Lowe, the guy who voiced Space Ghost on Space Ghost Coast to Coast, has passed away. He was also a warden on Family Guy, and he was in the Brack. She was the dad in the Brack show, but he was George Lowe was one of the better animated voice actors. He passed away. So, yeah, I didn't even know he passed away, but that's just came up on Facebook. Myles Garrett is prepared to sit out games next season if he's not traded per Tom Pelissero. But the thing is, if the Browns trade Myles Garrett, they lose cap space. So it's a lose-lose for the Browns. I mean, I think we're getting...
Not really. The situation is they lose cap space if they trade him before June 1st. After June 1st, they stay $5.5 million and don't have to pay a salary. So it's a post-June 1st thing. And from what I understand, Garrett wants to be traded beforehand because if he gets traded after the draft, he loses any sort of leverage, any sort of interest, because people are already filling any sort of offers with those free agents and draft picks. So there's nowhere for him to go. So it's as new as they wait until after the draft to trade for a trade proposition, he loses everything. So he does not want to wait that long. That's why he was trying to bypass Andrew Berry and go straight to Jimmy Haslam. But Haslam said no, go to Tech Berry. Is because if he isn't traded by Monday, his value goes down. And if his value goes down, the Browns aren't trading.
Okay, this is an interesting tweet. This is an interesting tweet by Warren Sharp on X, Sharp Football. Which NFL team are you most confident will definitely not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years? Check back in 2040 to brag. That's a very interesting thread. And Papa Ron says that's easy. Jets, Jets, laughing emoji. Joey Bag of Donuts, a Steelers fan in Wexford, says the Browns. I used to live in Wexford. I'm now in Carnegie, by the way. But yeah, Square to Sharp, Browns. Ownership doesn't know what it takes. Who will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years? Will there be a post-June 1st trade with Myles Garrett? Will he sit out for the season? I think there will be a post-June 1st trade. But I'm guessing the return for that trade is going to be very similar to the Mikko Rantanen trade that we saw with the Carolina Hurricanes and Dallas Stars. I'm guessing we're looking at, if he goes to the Bills or Chiefs, we're looking at a 26 and 27 first. And if the Chiefs were to get him, I think they would send Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Whereas if the Bills got him, I think Epineza or Rosso would end up on the Browns in return. But it would be very similar to the trade we saw between Carolina and Dallas. That's what I think the Browns are going to get for Myles Garrett. They're going to get a similar return that the Hurricanes got for Mikko Rantanen. They got 2 first-round picks from the Dallas Stars, 2 third-round picks, and Logan Stankoven, the right winger who's making a case for Rookie of the Year in the Calder for the NHL. That's what the Stars gave up to get Mikko Rantanen, who has 70 points this year, 2 100-point seasons with the Avalanche. I think that's the exact return the Browns are going to get. And I think that's the exact return the Browns are going to end up getting with the Myles Garrett trade when this is all said and done. And Tracy goes, the answer to that question, who will not have a Super Bowl in the next 15 years, is the Chicago Bears, and he's posted the laughing emoji. Sports Maverick says the Jaguars will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. Lots of people are saying the Browns or Jets. Chris May, the Cowboys, obviously. J-Mac says the Dolphins will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. Top Shelf Action says my Raiders will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. Oren, you want to tell Top Shelf Action why he's wrong?
What, the Raiders?
Yeah.
Will not win a Super Bowl
in the next 15 years?
First of all, you bring a great coach, Pete Carroll, to change the dynamics that has probably been lost for the last 20 years. Whether he's going to be the long-term person, it's going to change the dynamics of the state of where the Raiders were. He knows where there's gaps. He knows how to coach the players and to weed them out that don't belong. And also, I believe he also knows what's going to make a difference. You might have the Raiders. Let's see if they can make it to the playoffs in the next 2 years while they have Pete Carroll. And if they do, yes, in 15 years, for sure, maybe 5, maybe even less, the Raiders will make an impact and get to the Super Bowl. I don't think Kansas City, Pat Mahomes, if you're going to go 15 years, Pat Mahomes not going to be around in 15 years, Yeah. So many things can change. If you go 5 years, you could say maybe, but 15, that's a gigantic thing. All the dynamics can change of every team that around. It's just insanity that people even consider all that stuff.
Yeah, I do think Mahomes will get another ring, but it's probably going to be in 2029, 2030. I think we're going to see a changing of the guard in the AFC over the next few years. I think Burrow and Allen are each going to get a ring. Maybe Herbert gets one too. Maybe Lamar gets one. I don't know. I think Burrow and Allen will definitely win one.
What I'm saying is 15 years. Come on, man. 15 years. I'm going to be an old man in 15 years. It's a long ways away.
It is a long ways away. Somebody said the Vikings are not going to win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. If they keep Kevin O'Connell, I think they will win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. Okay? I'm not saying the Vikings will win a Super Bowl, but I'm saying if they keep Kevin O'Connell and they keep building that team, I think they'll be in a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. I know that's
what I'm saying is, Chris,
I do think they'll play in
5 years. So why are you even putting 15 years? 15 years is incredible long.
That's the whole point of having this.
We don't even know.
Blame Warren Sharp. Warren Sharp is the one who started this. Who will win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years?
He's a dum-dum because of the Chiefs and the Eagles and the top 10 teams right now won't even be maybe even at the top in 15 years. Gee.
It's not my fault. I'm just reading what Warren Sharp posted on the thread. It's a great thread. I think it's a great thread.
Oh, come on down.
Minnesota, Detroit. Seahawks will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. Come on. The Giants, I just want to see Cardinals.
I'm just in here laughing at you guys. So
Howie Long basically said the Cardinals are, but it's Long with 3 or 4 G's. Reduce Richard said the Browns will not win a Super Bowl in the next 15 years. They are an NFL glitch. The Browns are not an NFL glitch. They've made some very questionable decisions. I wouldn't call them a glitch.
Chris, let's discuss the Giants pick because the Giants are on the board right now. The Giants selected Jalen Monroe. They got their quarterback, and then they came back and they selected Danny Stutzman. Do they need a receiver for Mr. Milroe right now?
I don't know. I think Williams is going to pick a tight end, if anything.
So who do you have, if you're going to select a tight end, with going in and tight end, and who do you have on your board right now as your best tight end?
In 15 years, I'll be old while Chris Ransom is during his trumpet episodes. Yeah, at 15 years, I'll be 49, approaching 50, and I'll be having Donald Trump Trumpus episodes, as Tracy once jokingly said. Ugh, man.
Well,
I don't want to dive open into that can of worms. Let's go
to, is Harold, you like the guy from Bowling Green?
Joey took him. He's off the board. Joey took him at 33. He's off the board.
What about Mason Taylor from LSU?
He's there. I don't know if William picks him. I'm honestly not sure what William's going to do. I haven't heard anything from him this morning.
Well, let's discuss it. I mean, who's the best player on your board? Let's go through this, Chris, because it's a show about the draft.
All right. I mean, we were going to preview some stuff after we got done with the group mock. We were going to preview some stuff later in the show, but who's on the board? All right. Who's on the board? Tate Ratledge made it to round 3. 3 round 1 players on my board made it to round 3. Tate Ratledge, Dion Walker, and Nick Scorton. So you could draft Dion Walker as a 34 defensive end, and you could pair him with who's that Giants nose tackle from Clemson? Forgot his name. Got paid a lot of money. Giants nose tackle. Really good year last year. Dex Lawrence. That's it. Dex Lawrence. Ooh, shoot. Really bad hit there. I think one of the players aimed a hockey stick at Ryan Poling's spine. Ryan Poling, a winger on the Flyers. He looks like he's injured. It looks pretty serious. Hopefully he's okay, but that does look pretty serious. But yeah, as far as the Giants go, I don't know who's a fit for them. Tate Ratledge, Clay Webb, and Dion Walker are my only first-round picks. None of those players scream, this is a player Williams going to draft. Knowing his patterns, knowing what he's done with the draft simulator, I think he's going to take Luke Lakey here. Just a hunch. He loves Iowa tight ends. I've got a third-round grade on Luke Lakey, and right now they have Theo Johnson, Daniel Bellinger at tight end, but they moved on from Waller. They have Greg Van Roten, the former Raider, and Bill is the starting right guard. I think Ratledge would be an upgrade over him. They have John Runyon Jr. as the left guard and Aaron Stinney as the backup left guard. I think Clay Webb would be an upgrade over both of them. So, yeah, any of those 3 first-round prospects on our board between Dion Walker, Tate Ratledge, and Clay Webb would be assets for the Giants here at 65. But knowing William and knowing his patterns, this pick is either going to be a tight end or a running back, Joey. Knowing his patterns and his tendencies with William, I'm guessing this pick's either going to be a tight end or a running back. I could be wrong in my hypothesis, Joey, but knowing William's patterns and tendencies from podcasting and live streaming with him, I would say this pick's almost certainly going to be a tight end or running back. I could be wrong, but I'm not just looking at this from who the best players are on my board. I'm looking at this from what Williams done historically, from his perspective. I'm trying to look at this and analyze this from his perspective, even though our perspectives don't necessarily align on players in terms of value or need. So I'm trying to think, what would he do? I'm thinking Taj Brooks and Luke Lakey are the 2 players he would target here. I could be wrong on that, Joey. Oh, yeah. They're showing the polling replay. The guy slammed him into the board, and then he aimed his hockey stick at the player's helmet, like right near the helmet and the spine. Yeah, that would hurt. But yeah, as far as Williams' perspective goes, I think it's a tight end or running back, if I had to guess. I could call William. I just prefer not to. I mean, he hasn't answered his text. That tells me something's wrong. I don't know if something's wrong or if it's just a personal thing he's got to deal with, or if it's a mental health thing. I don't know.
You're funny.
I don't
Just
know.
call the guy. Put us on mute and call the guy.
All right, I'll step out of the building for a second and call him.
Okay, let me enthuse these crowds.
He can make his pick on Facebook. I'm just gonna find out what's going on.
You
For a second.
gotta tell me these unbelievable. Oh, where's my feed here? Well, folks, we're back. No. I love Tracy's. I had no idea where he got that 15 years stuff. We'll be all old and gray and probably not give a F about all this stuff too much. So let's enjoy it while we can. You know, Giants in the clock because we thought it was going to be moved fast today. Obviously, we're in the third round. Let's enjoy our weekend. If it lasts till Monday, c'est la vie. Anyway, Wednesday is the big day. Free agency officially opens. Joey and Tracy, I know you're talking. I know you hear me. Where do you guys see the biggest free agency move, and where do you have these guys going? Did he quiet us down? I don't know. Well, when we were talking about the tight ends, there's a bunch of tight ends in this class. Actually, need to get on board with that. Hold on.
All right, we got to enjoy these moments. I agree, Tracy. Maybe the Giants will pick Deion Walker. I did call William. I left him a voicemail. So that tells me something's going on. I don't know what's going on, but we'll get back to William whenever he gets back to us. But something's going on there. I don't know the situation. I don't know the context. But I'm guessing we'll have to wait until after the show to get a definitive pick from William. I don't think William's gonna. I think something happened, and William will get back to us whenever he gets back to us. But I don't think William is gonna pick today or as early as he did when he picked for 3 and 34. Because I don't know what happened, but whenever he gets back to us, he'll get back to us. But there are rumors that the Raiders are going to bring in Russell Wilson. But there's people saying, let's get the band back together. They're also saying the Raiders are going to get Tyler Lockett and Metcalf. That'd be sick if they could get all of them back, the Raiders, if they could get Metcalf and Lockett back. But I think they'd have to trade the other third-round pick or at least a second trade that 3rd round pick to Lockett. I don't know what's happened to Orrin. I think he's still in the call. Would trade myself. Okay, Matt Brady Tkachuk just scored for Ottawa. But yeah, they're showing the playoff race. Kraken and Flyers are tied at 1. Kraken tied it. Is Orrin back yet? But yeah, I think Orrin's on a call with somebody else, and we're just waiting for William. But yeah, I think it's going to be the Mariners over the Tigers. You've got the Guardians over the Mariners as far as the AL preview goes. But yeah, I can dive into a few of the picks in MLB mock while Orrin. Yeah, I'm going to sneak them in while Orrin's on the phone. When he's back, we'll focus on the live stream. Yeah, number 11. Number 11 in my MLB mock, I've got the Athletics taking Kyson Witherspoon, the pitcher out of Oklahoma. Athletics have a lot of batters back, but they need more arms. Yeah, Orrin is on a call. I'm aware of that. That's why I'm sneaking in the MLB mock draft while Orrin's on a call. When he comes back, we'll reshift the focus to football. But yeah, the Texas Rangers, I gave them Aaron Watson, the Trinity Christian High School pitcher I told Joey about in Jacksonville. They've got a good batting lineup and they got a good bullpen, but the only good starting pitchers they have are Nathan Eovaldi and Jacob deGrom, who's had injury issues in the past. John Gray, Tyler Mahle, none of those guys can pan out. If Kumar Rocker or Jack Leiter could step up, they could be a wild card. But I think right now they're going to be the Texas Rangers are going to be very dependent on their bats and bullpen. If I had to take an educated guess with the Rangers, Joey, that's why.
So we don't have anyone because.
You want to comment on these picks before Orrin comes back, Joey? Giants, I gave them Kyson Cunningham, the shortstop from Johnston High School. The Giants don't really have they do have some decent players, but
Let me speak to my manager on Monday and get that.
they've got a UFA. They've got a designated hitter who's a UFA, so they're in a position where they can go best player on the board. And Kyson Cunningham, high school batter, at this point, 445 batting average. He ran a 6.5, 360-yard dash. He's considered the top high school shortstop, not named Ethan Holiday.
Yeah, it just doesn't really work like that. We're not.
All right. Joey, the Tampa Bay Rays, I gave them one of my favorite players in this MLB draft, Auburn catcher Ike Irish. This is a guy who really impressed me in the regionals of the World Series. Irish. This is a guy that could move into the top 10, maybe 5.
And they have no issue.
361 batting average. He hit a lot of home runs. He made a huge play against Oklahoma State in the regionals last year. I'm telling you, Ike Irish, do not sleep on him. He is a guy that I think is going to move up in the draft. I have him at 14 to the Rays, but they don't have any. The Rays don't have any catchers in their farm system, so that's the thought process there. You get Ike Irish. The pitching's good for Tampa Bay, but I don't know if they have enough batters to make a leap this year. I don't think they do. The Red Sox, I went Chase Shores, pitcher LSU. They need more pitching. They have the batters. They've got a really good 1 through 9 batting lineup. They got Garrett Crochet and they've got Tanner. They've got Tanner Houck, but the rest of their rotation is just not very good. It's not Walker Buehler, Lucas Giolito. Guys who could step up, but guys who are also unknowns. And they've added Liam Hendricks, and they've got Aroldis Chapman. So there are some bright spots for the Red Sox here, but I think this is an 80-win team at best. I don't think there's enough there for them to make a playoff push. They'll be better than last year, but I still think they missed the playoffs. There are some people that are taking them to get in the playoffs as a wild card. They might get in as a wild card, but I don't think they'll win the series. Minnesota Twins at 16, Kate Anderson out of LSU. They get another pitcher. they've got the batters to be competitive, and they've got 3 good starting pitchers. The bullpen's decent, but they don't have enough pieces to truly separate themselves from the division like the Tigers and Guardians. They might get one of the last 2 wild cards, but I don't think they have enough pieces to separate themselves from the Tigers and Guardians. And I just think it's laughable, Joey, that the Twins are the favorite in the AL Central according to odds makers. It's just very lazy because last year the Twins were the favorite, and we kept telling people on this podcast, Joey, that the Tigers and Guardians were the teams to beat. No one wanted to listen to us, and now we had the last laugh as a result. And it's almost like Vegas is just looking at who has the biggest market, who has the most talent, and they haven't learned anything. And frankly, I'm disgusted by that behavior, Vegas. I'm very disgusted by your behavior. So I went with Caden Bodine, the Coastal Carolina catcher to the Chicago Cubs at 16. This is a player that, I've seen in the top 10 of some mock drafts, and he's a really good catcher. Cade Bodini was the Sun Belt Freshman of the Year in 2023, 11 home runs. His sophomore year wasn't as good as his freshman year, but he hits with power like Ike Irish, steal bases, get on base, just brings a lot to the table. And Cade Bodine at 16 of the Cubs makes a lot of sense for them. You got anything you want to add to some of these picks? Diamondbacks Caden Bodine went 17th to the Cubs. I don't think I skipped 16, but no, I didn't. I gave Cade Anderson to the Twins at 16. The Cubs get Bodine at 17. The Diamondbacks at 18 got Luke Stevenson, the North Carolina catcher. Because we've been saying for a year the Diamondbacks need another catcher in the draft, and they just haven't gotten that. Orioles go for value. They get the best player on the board, Ava Arquette. He was the second baseman at Washington last year, but he transferred to Oregon State after Bazana got picked by the Guardians. Apparently, we're going to start seeing Oregon State get more draft prospects in the portal. So Aviva Arquette going to be the Orioles pick at 19, and then Xavier Nance, a Mount Vernon High School third baseman, goes to the Brewers. And the Brewers have some first-round picks at third base that are in their prospect pool, but, they go for value here. The Astros get Devin Taylor, left fielder, Indiana. This is a player my friend Donovan James told me about. So Devin Taylor to the Astros at left field, that does make a lot of sense. They did lose Kyle Tucker to the Cubs. And Kyle Tucker going to the Cubs, Kaz McCormick's moving from left field to right field. I do think left fielder is a need for the Astros, and this is a player that fills that need. Devin Taylor, 315 batting average, 357 batting average as a sophomore, 20 home runs after having 16 as a freshman. Devin Taylor makes a lot of sense here. The Raiders have a lot of cap space, but I am going to screen share this tab with the MLB mock draft until Oren gets off the call so the audience can see what I've done with some of the picks, because I've gone through some of the picks here. Caden Bodine, Ike Irish, Cade Anderson. Is if I can get through a mock draft before Oren gets off the phone, that really does say a lot. But I think part of it is baseball, even though it's cool that I did this, you guys are more invested in the NFL draft than baseball right now. That's probably why I'm able to get through this mock so quickly. The Braves get Eli Willits, the Fort Cobb Broxton High School shortstop at 22. Braves have a pretty strong team on paper. Trey Phillips, the Georgia left fielder, ends up going to the Royals. The Royals don't have a left fielder in their prospect pool. The Royals have a lot of draft picks in their farm system. They're going to be able to reload very easily. They've got pitchers, Cole Raggins, Seth Lugo, Michael Waka, Michael Lorenzen, and they've got Chris Bubich. So, and their bullpen needs a little bit of work. They've got the starters in the bats. I think their bullpen needs a little bit of work. 3.6 ERA, 3.36. I mean, the bullpen's respectable, But I don't feel like they're as complete as the Tigers or the Guardians, but they could very easily end up as the number. They could end up as a wild card. I don't think there's as much of a drop off with them as people think, and then maybe they even win the division. We'll see. Gavin Klein, the Tennessee second baseman, ends up on the Detroit Tigers at 26. Jace Jung's not going to be in arbitration till 2028. You got Torkelson maybe potentially getting traded, Cole Keith, Riley Green, a lot of star players. Gleyber Torres, they got him on a 1-year deal. The Yankees second baseman Gleyber Torres, he will be back. So you get Gavin Klein to replace Gleyber Torres in the draft at 24, and then Angel Cervantes of Warren High School goes to the Padres at 25. 2.96 ERA. And then the Phillies at 26 get Billy Carlson, the shortstop out of Corona High School. And I think Carlson's a good fit for the Phillies. 367 batting average, 29 hits, 29 runs, 36 hits. And then Henry Ford, the Virginia first baseman, because when I was picking for the Guardians, I said we either got to go starting pitcher, got to go first base, got to go shortstop. It's got to be one of those three. And I couldn't find a shortstop with a 300 batting average and 10 or more home runs, Joey, which is what I think the Guardians need if they're going to pull the trigger on a shortstop. So I went with the first baseman. Manzardo's playing designated hitter, like I told you. So Henry Ford, first baseman, can be groomed as a successor to Carlos Santana. Makes the most logistical sense at 27. But this was not an easy pick to make. And Henry Ford had 151 total bases, 60 runs, 85 hits, 13 doubles, 17 home runs, a true freshman. He's a sophomore. He's eligible for this draft. So Henry Ford could end up going a lot higher than where I projected him to the Guardians at 27. And that being said, Nick Dumansall, Cal Baptist, the Royals, Ryan Prager to the Diamondbacks, Merrick Houston to the Orioles, Brian Curley, Georgia pitcher to the Orioles, Sean Gamble, IMG Academy, the Brewers, Mario Pesco, Oklahoma State pitcher, who pitched at St. John's last year to the Brewers, Trent Carraway, Oregon State third baseman to the Tigers, Ethan Conrad, Wake Forest left fielder, Carter Gaston, the Portland Pilots pitcher, had a 10-1 record with a 3.01 ERA and one complete game shutout for Portland. And Carter Gaston, he enters Portland in 2024 as a junior, and he could be an under-the-radar pitcher. Dean Curley, Tennessee shortstop to the Rays. Brady Ebel, Corona High School third baseman to the Mets. Corona High School has 3 first-round picks this year, Joey. That's insane that a high school baseball team has 3 first-round picks. That's pretty rare. Gavin Fine, Great Oak High School. I mocked him, the Yankees. This is before the Garrett Cole injury. If I had known, when I do my new Yankees mock draft, I'm probably going to give them a pitcher. Nolan Schubart, left fielder, Oklahoma State. We don't even know if he's going to come back. Garrett Cole's going to come back from Tommy John's. And the Dodgers, Orange team, they get Eddie Smink, the starting pitcher out of Stony Brook, who went 5-4 with a 3.11 ERA. I also gave the Dodgers at 40. I gave them Nolan Schubart, the Oklahoma State left fielder. So they get an Oklahoma State left fielder, and they get another arm for the future in Eddie Smink, the number 1 starter on Stony Brook. And he didn't enter the portal. He had a 3.11 ERA, 5-4 as a starter. He didn't enter the portal. He stayed at Stony Brook. If he has another big season, Eddie Smink could sneak into the sandwich portion of the first round.
I missed it today, damn it.
And then Brandon Compton, the Arizona State left fielder, goes to the Rays, and the Marlins wrap it up with Henry Godbout. So that's the MLB mock draft.
Hey guys, I'm gonna leave right now.
Warren's back. I didn't know you were on a phone call. You're back. Thank you for being patient with me. I'm done with that MLB mock draft. I managed to get through every single pick. And Suba goes dope. I win the draft. We got one more round of drafting. But that's my...
Yeah, I'm going to step away a little bit, and but good talking to you guys. But let's try to have another show next Saturday.
Yeah, next Saturday we'll try to have another show. Round 3 will be on Facebook. Go to the group mock for updates on all the picks. Yeah. Thank you for calling in, Oren.
No problem.
How much cap space do the Raiders have? I'll answer Tracy's questions because
well, let me look at it right now before I get off.
All right. Because we pretty much handled the MLB mock segment, so now
Because
Joey and I can just
remember they just got re-signed. They've now, unfortunately, because they signed, Crosby. Now they have 51 million.
50.994 million, but that rounds up to 51 million. The Patriots have 125 million because they really haven't done.
Yeah, so because Smith's contract is a 31 million and Max Crosby is 38 million, so that took a big chunk of an Alex Kappa, their guard that they picked up earlier, as well, is 5 million. So as far as the moves in free agency, we'll see where that has thing. Also, they're going to cut Minshew. Minshew's going to free up 13 million. So you're going to have another, I would say, 64. It'll bring up to 64. Let's see who else they might cut as well. I would say that little ones. Other than that, Michael Mayer might be traded, or they'll have to cut him as well. That's 2.5 million free up space as well. So you have another. So give or take, I'd say they have about 65 right now.
Yeah.
That we know of.
Yes, I agree with that. So great question, Tracy.
And I'll
really
point out here with a blessing. Everybody enjoy. All right. Take care, guys.
That was Warren Sheary. He did a great job filling in for William today. I appreciate you coming on, man, and I'll see you when we see you. Later. All right, Joey. So pretty much covered 3 topics because while Oren was on the phone, I knocked out the MLB mock draft, which was going to replace the blindfold challenge. I could have done the blindfold challenge. I'll do that another show because it's a cool idea for like a Mr. Beast there, but I didn't think it was necessary to do today. And looking at the American League, I think it's basically 3 teams. It's the Mariners, it's the Tigers, it's the Guardians, and it's basically who comes out of the AL East. The Garrett Cole injury threw a huge curveball in the AL East to where I think that's anybody's division now. Instead of the Yankees running away with it for like last year, that is anybody's division to claim. And I think the Tigers will be the 2 seed, the Guardians will be the 4 seed, but I don't know what team out of the AL East gets the 3 seed now that Garrett Cole's injured, because that throws a huge monkey wrench into things. So there's a chance the Orioles or the Rays win that division now. The Rays have good rotation, and they get Shane McClanahan back from an injury. So I do think the Rays could surprise some people. And the Rays are playing at George Steinbrenner Arena, where the Yankees have spring training in Tampa. So it would be pretty hilarious if the Rays hosted a playoff series in that tiny stadium that only seats 10,000 people. I would love to see an Athletics versus Rays ALCS. I know it won't happen, but it'd be so hilarious if baseball had to deal with that, where both stadiums, the Rays and the Athletics, are playing in minor league stadiums this year. So if you had an ALCS with 2 teams playing in minor league stadiums, that would piss off the league so much. That would piss off the league because then one of them would have to host a few games in the World Series, and that would just piss off. So
because if the Rays make the World Series, they might actually be able to sell the stadium.
But that's the thing. George Steinbrenner Stadium only seats 10,000 people. So if they make the playoffs, they'll probably sell out.
They might be able to sell it out now because they can't sell one. They can't sell a major league stadium, so maybe they can sell a minor league one.
Yeah, they can't sell out a major league stadium. They probably could sell out a minor league one, and then playing in the Yankees spring training facility. Because what happened is a hurricane hit Tropicana Field. Hurricane hit the roof of Tropicana Field. One of the hurricanes did. So that affected their stadium as a result. and they didn't want to pay to put a roof on Tropicana Field because they're going to build a new stadium. So that in itself. But yeah, I don't know who's going to come out of the AL East. I'll still go with the Yankees, I guess, but I'm much less confident in the Yankees winning the AL East without Garrett Cole. I think number 5, there's a bunch of teams in that discussion for number 5. I ended up putting the Twins and Rays as the last 2 wild cards, but I think the Rays may end up winning that division with Cole out. It's going to be interesting, though, to see what happens. I'll stick with the Yankees at 3, but I'm much less confident in them, and I've got the Rays at 6 over the Orioles for the last wild card. Because a lot of these teams outside the Twins and the Rays don't really have more than 1 or 2 good starting pitchers. They have a number 3, number 4 guy. Maybe the Royals get in. Royals could get in. Orioles could get in. There's a number of teams that could get in, Joey, but they're not 1 through 5 deep like the Mariners, Tigers, and Guardians. That's the problem. Maybe the Royals get in again. We'll see. But I think there's only 3 teams in the AL that are 1 through 5 deep in this rotation. They have the bullpen and the batters to make a World Series run now that Garrett Cole's out for the year. And I think those 3 teams are the Mariners, the Tigers, and the Guardians. I think that's it. This Garrett Cole injury, I know there's a lot of people that picked the Yankees to win the World Series before this injury in a rematch against the Dodgers. Frankly, I can't see that happening now. I can't see that happening. I don't think the Yankees are winning anything without Garrett Cole in October. So this is pretty much this injury pretty much eliminates their World Series chances for this year. Maybe they'll get one in 26, but I don't think they'll get one for this year. So, you want to comment on the American League previews, Joey? I mean, I think it's just, AL East is tough to predict. I'll pull up the depth charts for each of the AL East teams, but I think it's the Mariners over the Tigers or the Guardians in the ALCS. And I know you've got Guardians over Mariners. I've got Mariners over Tigers.
So all I know is that the teams with the injury are going to be hurt.
And the Yankees lost Garrett Cole to Tommy John surgery, so they lost him for the entire season. So they do not have their best pitcher for all of 2025.
When after the first week, when we see a full starting lineup for these teams.
Actually, you can go on Fangraphs and find out the projected starting lineup. That's what I did.
We're not going to see them on the field, though.
Yeah, but the Fangraphs gives you the analytics that you need for each team. And they give you good analytics and good data. So you can get the projected depth charts for each team.
I was like seeing them on the field, though. It's like until it does, I mean, it's just one prediction during the offseason is as good as one a week before the thing starts, and life goes an injury that changes it.
Yeah, but I just don't see a team after those 3, after the Guardians, Padres, and the Mariners. I don't really see a team that's 1 through 5 in the starting rotation that is 5 quality starters and the bullpen and the bats. That's the problem this year. After those 3 teams, what do the Yankees have now that Garrett Cole's out for the year? What does their lineup look like? I'm semi-curious as to what their lineup looks like. They could still get in, but I don't think they're going to win anything without. They got Cody Bellinger and Paul Goldschmidt, but with they brought in Max Fried as the number 2 starter to complement Garrett Cole. Carlos Rodon was going to get demoted from number 2 to number 3 starter. Now Rodon's back at the number 2 starter role. Marcus Stroman, they were going to use him out of the bullpen, but now they're going to use him as a starting pitcher. And then you've got Clark Schmidt and Will Warren. So really only 2 starting pitchers with ERAs of under 4, and Fried and Clark Schmidt. And then the rest of the team. The Yankees do have a good bullpen, but their starting rotation without Cole is just not the same. And I think it would take a Cy Young. See, they're saying elbow discomfort for Garrett Cole. Eddie said it's going to be a Tommy John surgery, but Fangraphs is saying it's elbow discomfort. Maybe Fangraphs has not updated things. I'm going to Google Garrett Cole and see what happens. Garrett Cole concerned about elbow discomfort. Reports Garrett Cole to go undergo MRI on right elbow, and concerned about possibly needing elbow surgery. So it's not official yet, but early speculation is that he is going to need Tommy John surgery. That's what the early speculation is. And there's already been some articles about who his replacement would be if he does miss the year. So Eddie may have been panicked. That may have been an emotional response rather than a logical one, which I didn't consider. Because I figured Eddie, he goes to all the Yankee games. I figured he'd be a legit insider. But yeah, if Garrett Cole is hurt, they're gonna struggle without Cole. But yeah, the Mariners, the Guardians, and the Tigers are the three I like the most. And we'll preview the rest of this, but I don't know what's going to happen now. I think the AL East is wide open this year. But Tanner Bibby, Shane Bieber, Gavin Williams is your 1 through 3. Luis Ortiz is a good number 4 starter. And you also have Tristan McKenzie as your number 5. But the 2 pitchers you signed, Shane Bieber and Sean Means, they both had a Tommy John surgery last year. Bieber on 4/12/24 and Means on 6/3/24. So John Means will probably be a mid-season addition to the starting rotation, and Bieber will probably be back by May if I had to guess. Just an estimate right now. But yeah, you put those 2 in the Guardians rotation, this is a good 1 through 5 rotation. You can move McKenzie to the bullpen. You can move Ortiz you can move Ben Lively to the bullpen. So, I mean, there are some things you can do to shake this team up, to improve the team overall. They got Jacob Junis, a long reliever from the Royals, and they got a Jacob Junis, 4.21 ERA at long reliever for the Reds last year, is now the Guardians' long reliever. They are going to need a long reliever upgrade, but yeah, we'll see what happens there. But I think the Tigers and Mariners would be my top 2 right now, and I'd have the Guardians at 3rd. But, I'm only saying that because Cleveland lost a lot of talent in the offseason. I do think they did a nice job filling in some of the holes, filling in some of the voids. But right now, Mariners 1, Tigers 2. Guardians would be 3rd for me right now. But yeah, the Tigers, Skubal, Flaherty, Reese Olson, all have ERAs of under 4. Casey Mize is now the number 4 starter. Kenta Maeda is the number 5 starter. But yeah, Kenta Maeda is still in the rotation. It looks like Mize is going to jump Maeda. But yeah, the Tigers still have the same starting rotation as last year. I think if Bieber and Means come up, the Guardians can jump the Tigers for that number 2 spot. But it just depends on when those 2 arrive and if they can stay healthy into October. Because if those 2 can't stay healthy, I do think the Tigers jump the Guardians. That's really what it comes down to. If those 2 show up and step up, Guardians hold on to the Central for another year. It's just going to come down to what Bieber and Means do. I think those 2 are going to be the X factors for Cleveland. It's just a hunch. I could be wrong in my hunch, but it's just a hunch. Because I think you can evaluate a team based on how they perform, batting averages, home runs. Yeah, I know I'm doing the whole Moneyball shtick, Joey, looking at the analytics, looking at the contract years, the length, the batting averages, the home runs, the ERAs, all that. It's all good. But at the same token, you want to see the on-the-field product before you make your evaluation. I look at the on-the-field product plus the analytics, because when I'm making a mock draft, I want to identify what need to draft for each team. I got to study the team.
I can understand for mock draft purposes, but when we're talking, just making accurate predictions for on-the-field stuff, that's where I got to see it on the field. And
I'm going Mariners over Tigers, but I think there's a clear top three. I'd put the Yankees at 3 if Garrett Cole comes back this year, but if he's out for the year with this elbow injury, it opens things up for the entire AL East to where the Orioles, the Rays, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, one of them could surprise people and win that division if Cole's out for any extended time. Like if he's out for the year and he has Tommy John's, that opens that whole division up for anybody to take it.
I got a question for you. All these Tedesco worked for years for the A's, and now he's been working for years for the Browns. How well has analytics worked for those two franchises? One of the godfathers of Moneyball.
Yeah.
Not working out too well, right?
Yeah, the Jonah Hill memes, there's people that post Jonah Hill memes from Moneyball where he's trying to pitch you a player.
They're talking about these.
So Paul DePodesta is so bad at what he does with the Browns that he has his own meme. The Jonah Hill money, because the Jonah Hill character in Moneyball was based off Paul DePodesta.
Yeah, but you can't say he's bad at it because we don't actually know what he does. 6 years later, we still don't know what this guy does for the Browns. We have no clue.
He got fired, though.
But he's getting paid.
Paul DePodesta got fired, though. He's no longer on the Browns.
When did that happen? Because I thought he was still the boogeyman.
No, he got fired.
I'm looking this up.
I thought he got fired. I heard he got fired.
No.
So.
No, he's still there taking money from Jimmy Haslam, and nobody knows what the hell he does.
I remember the skit on Robot Chicken where a leprechaun crapped in a pot of gold, and he took the gold. He took the pot of gold and replaced it with a pot of crap. And that's basically Paul DePodesta. He's the leprechaun who takes a pot of gold and replaces it with a pot of crap. That's basically Paul DePodesta in a nutshell.
I mean, right now, Jimmy Haslam's so fed up with listening to the last guy, he's just telling people, go to your general manager. I'm not getting involved with it because I'm listening to DePodesta. And we don't even know what DePodesta's talking about. Because DePodesta doesn't talk. DePodesta stays in California and 10 days a year. It's like, what is he doing other than taking money from teams? Really?
Interesting. Paul DePodesta urged Browns to pass on Myles Garrett in 2017 draft.
Yep. And that was something that came out yesterday, I believe it was, and they ignored it. And that was what ultimately got Sashi Brown fired, because he ignored Paul DePodesta saying to pass on Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, now you love Myles Garrett until about 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, and now Jimmy Haslam's like, let the general manager do his damn job. Everybody else stay out of it. Oh, it took you 15 years to figure that out, and 8 years with Paul DePodesta. I mean, I'm so sorry. You're finally ignoring Paul DePodesta. Thank goodness Jimmy Haslam is slow learner. At least slow.
Yeah, and this is why I say Jim Nill makes Andrew Barry look like Steve Urkel. It's not a knock on the Browns. The Dallas Stars are just that good at drafting. But when you have 7 good first rounds in a row in hockey, you can take a swing for the fences if you've got all your young guys paid and you've got that core locked up like Dallas does. Because none of those 2017 draft picks from 2017 or beyond are UFAs till 2029. None of them are UFAs till 2029. So basically, and Dallas is $52 million for 2026 in cap space. So, I mean, the Dallas Stars are just in a very good spot. That doesn't, which is.
I know where you got the fire thing. I just didn't cross it. The Browns have not extended Paul DePodesta. His contract runs out this year, or it ran out at the end of last year, one of the two. So the Browns, from last reports, have not.
Well, Paul DePodesta wanted Mitchell Trubisky. Paul DePodesta wanted Mitchell Trubisky over Myles Garrett. That should be enough of a reason to not extend him. Because we both hated Trubisky. We did not like Trubisky. You like Kaiser. I was pounding the table for Mahomes.
Nobody likes Trubisky. Nobody likes Trubisky except the Lions.
The Bears, not the Lions, the Bears. Nobody liked Trubisky except the Bears. But yeah, I mean,
they're smoking something.
Paul DePodesta wanted Trubisky. Just imagine how much of a disaster the Browns would have been if they had listened to DePodesta on that one. They wouldn't have drafted Baker, and they would still be a shit show.
You know, I keep saying, Sashi Brown takes a bad rap for a lot of Paul DePodesta's early decisions, and the second he went against DePodesta and did his own thing, he got his ass fired. So Paul DePodesta, if his contract is actually up, I will be glad to be rid of the boogeyman in the park. Let the front office guys do their damn job without being undercut by freaking Moneyball Man. So we still don't know what he does, but we know he undercuts front office guys. That's about it.
Yeah.
So it's all these Podesta failed with the Athletics. He failed with the Bloody Browns. Just get rid of him. He's an overpaid accountant. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
He needs to go away. He needs to go away. Just go away.
Yeah, when you have 8 good first rounds in a row like the Dallas Stars, you can trade 2 first-round picks for a veteran if you're in a win-now mode. But I think it's going to be interesting.
I mean, Chris, who, as you know, has failed as miserably as Paul DePodesta in 2 sports. 2 sports in a front office job. A sports spectacularly. Who else you know has done that? That is an impressive resume.
I would argue there was a GM. I would argue Ron Hextall has failed just as badly. Ron Hextall, he was the Flyers GM and the Penguins GM. And he got fired from the Flyers because all the Flyers, let me tell this story. All the Flyers scouts wanted Cale Makar, the guy who the Avalanche picked, 4th overall that year. He ignored his scouting department and took Nolan Patrick 2nd overall. And to be fair, Nolan Patrick was considered the consensus best player in that draft class at the time. But he had 3 different injuries. The Devils passed on him at 1 for Nico Hischier, their captain. But taking Nolan Patrick, who retired last year, number 2, ended up burning the Flyers in the ass. Because the next 3 picks in that 2017 NHL draft were Miro Heiskanen, Dallas Stars best defender, best player, Cale Makar, Conn Smythe Trophy winner for the Avalanche at 4, and Elias Peterson, the Vancouver Canucks first-line center. And Vancouver, Dallas, and Colorado all hit on their first-round picks because the Flyers GM didn't listen to their scouting department in the 2017 draft. So this is the complete opposite of what happened with the Browns and Paul DePodesta, but still a screw-up regardless. And then Ron Hextall did the same thing. He screwed up the Penguins as well. So I mean, Ron Hextall's been a pretty horrible GM in hockey. I'm trying to think of someone who. So I would argue Ron Hextall is on the Paul DePodesta level for NHL GMs. Nico Harrison. So Paul DePodesta, Ron Hextall, Nico Harrison, the Mavericks GM who traded Luka away. They're all in the same company for really bad general managers.
Not really. Paul DePodesta did it in 2 sports. 2 separate professional sports. DePodesta has stolen money from owners, all because he said the freaking boots to Billy D. Paul DePodesta, when you're stealing money from 2 sports, come on, that's a class all your own. I mean, you are one of the biggest used car salesmen on the planet. You can do that.
Yeah, and John, I don't know how long John Fisher's owned the Athletics, but did John Fisher hire him when he was on the Athletics? I'm just kind of curious. When did John Fisher take over the Athletics?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. Was he still there when Fisher got
No.
there?
John, Paul DePodesta was with the Athletics from 1999 to 2003. In 2005, John Fisher stole his ownership stake in the Giants, part owner, to buy the Athletics. So he sold his ownership shares in the Giants to buy the Athletics.
He was there before Fisher. DePodesta was there before Fisher.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just, it is hard to wrap your head around that type of incompetence. And the guy is still able to get a job.
So John Fisher dodged the bullet that was Paul DePodesta, like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. Ooh, and then the DePodesta bullet doesn't hit John Fisher.
Pretty much. I'm just waiting for Morpheus to come in and kick me in the ass.
Yep. I think who are the 2 worst owners in sports that own multiple teams? I would say John Fisher.
Wait. You cannot do a Samuel Jackson reference if you just go, yeah. There's a Samuel Jackson. Come on, man. Do something other, you know.
I didn't say anything. You went on this tangent, and I don't know what you're saying. So
I said Morpheus. Morpheus was played by Samuel Jackson.
no, Morpheus was played by Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne played Morpheus. Fishburne did a good job. Mace Windu in Star Wars was played by Samuel L. Jackson, okay?
I'm thinking of the Avengers.
Yes, he's Nick Fury in the Avengers, Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, thank you.
I corrected myself. Still, 2 very good actors. Either way. Still 2 very good actors.
Somebody's saying in the chat room, how do you feel about an MLS Cup between the Earthquakes and Charlotte FC? I, for one, it'd be an entertaining matchup, but one of the 2 worst owners in sports would win a championship. John Fisher of the Athletics and Dave Tepper of Charlotte FC. One of the 2 worst owners in sports would get a trophy. I don't know how I feel about that. One of the 2 worst owners in sports would get a trophy.
I hope Fisher wins. I do not want Dave Tepper anywhere near a championship of anything.
I would probably root for San Jose in that matchup too, because they have Bruce Arena from the Galaxy, and they have a bunch of they've got Useni Buddha, who I was lucky enough to interview when he was at Stanford. I would probably root for San Jose and Charlotte if that was in fact this year's MLS Cup. I mean, that would be a brutal matchup though with those owners. one of those owners getting a trophy. That would just be brutal for sports all around. Oh, man. That would, so I'm going to go Mariners over Tigers. Joey's not going to give us a prediction at this point for baseball because he wants to see the on-the-field product. It's 2:45. We will end by 3. I am trying to get some information on the MLS season, so it's just trying to get more. I think the Crew are playing Houston Dynamo right now. The other games have yet to kick off. They're showing replays of all the trades that went down, all the stuff that went down. So yes, but yeah, that is just started on 6th minute. So the Columbus Crew Houston Dynamo game, that's on Apple TV. That is just started on Season Pass. Seattle Sounders play LAFC on Fox at 4 p.m. today. 4:45, not 4 p.m., but 4:45. That's the only game on television, but I'm kind of curious because, the crew had 2 first-round picks in 22. The goalie, Patrick Schultz. The other pick was center back Philip Quinton out of Notre Dame. They traded Philip Quinton to Real Salt Lake. He's been starting with Real Salt Lake, the Crew's other first-round pick. So I do think that's interesting that he got traded to. That's how little confidence the Crew had in him. But yeah. I'm just looking at the lineups here for both teams, and I'm going to see who the bench players are. Are there any players from the MLS Super Draft that are on the benches for either the Crew or Houston? I'm just going to look at that, and then we'll sign off. Jones, Evan Bush. Interesting. No, not really any players. Jack McGlynn, who was on the Union last year, is on the he's on the Dynamo. Ethan Bartlow still starting center back for the Dynamo, first round pick in the 2021 Super Draft, entering year 4 as a starter. So Awood Desu is the other center back complementing him. You got Tarbell at goalie, Andrew Tarbell at goalie. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. Patrick Schultz starting for Columbus at goalie. Darlington Nagbe still on the Crew as a central midfielder. He's pretty good. Zawinski's the other central mid. So I do think the midfielders are good. And is that Diego Rossi at right winger? Yeah, but that's at lower.com field where the Crew play. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But I'm going to go Mariners over Tigers. Guardians could be in the mix. I think the Yankees, if Cole misses any time, that is certainly a blow to them, fatal blow. Tracy goes, great information, Oren. I'm still here, but I'm at the point where I'm ready to sign off. I think we covered everything, Joey. We covered the NHL trade deadline, we covered the group mock, and we covered the other 2 events, which were we covered the MLB mock draft and we covered the American League. I think the National League is going to be more competitive. Shane Wright, 15 points in the last 14 games. I've been watching the Kraken Flyers game. Shane Wright looks very dominant defensively, but he's had 15 points in the last 4 games. So Shane Wright is starting to blossom with the Kraken, apparently. Took him until year 3. Took him late bloomer. Took him until this year to begin to break out, but he's finally becoming the player people hyped him up to be. But it just took him some time, and that's okay. Sometimes that's the case with players. Sometimes that's the case with draft picks. They don't transition right away, because if you're in a sport where you're getting drafted at 18 or 19, sometimes you're not going to break out till year 3. This is why Joey would rather have a senior or junior in college versus a freshman. But with the NHL draft, it's different because all the prospects are 18 when they get drafted. So it's different in that respect. But yeah, it's good to see Wright and Michkov blossoming. The Kraken tied the Flyers, but they've scored 4 unanswered since. And yeah, you're seeing Brandon Montour play better. You're seeing Adam Larson. You're seeing the Kraken play like the team they were supposed to be.
Recording started.
But it's just, they couldn't play this good at the beginning of the year when they had Chandler Stevenson, they had Montour from the Panthers, and then they dropped the bottom four. And that's just really disappointing. But they're playing this good in a meaningless game against the Flyers team that's probably going to be out of the playoffs too. Which is why the NHL needs to put flexing into hockey. I know I've gone on this rant, Joey, but the NHL needs to flex games on ABC and flex games on TNT during the regular season. Instead of just airing teams with the biggest markets, if there's another game on in that time slot, give them the option to flex out of that game for a more competitive game. Like Rangers Senators, they're both fighting for the last wild card in the East. That would have been a game you'd flex to instead of this game. But they are showing in-game action highlights, and Artemi Panarin just scored on Ottawa. Rangers lead the Senators 3-1. Both teams have 67 points. They're tied for the last wild card. It looks like the Rangers are going to end up jumping the Senators for that final wild card. And if you're the Capitals, you'd much rather face the Ottawa Senators than the New York Rangers, a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals and lost to the Florida Panthers last year. Rangers are not a fun first-round matchup if you're the Capitals, because they're a team that's got the experience. They've done it. They've been to 2 conference finals in the last 2 years. I don't think they'll get to a third one, but they could play spoiler in the first round. All right, that'll do it for today. Next week, the National League. I'll give you my top 6 National League teams next Saturday. I'll do the blindfold challenge if Williams back. The blindfold challenge, basically, I play a draft simulator and pick for a team with a blindfold on. I don't know what team I'm picking. I don't know what team I'd be picking for, and I don't know what player I'd pick if I have a blindfold on. That's why I can't do the blindfold challenge without William here. Could have done it with Oren today, but I thought Oren and I did a good job meeting in group mock, and it was fun to catch up with Oren. So, it is what it is. Oh, and Mike Riddleman's coming on next week at 10 a.m. too. Mike Riddleman, who's in charge of the College Gridiron Showcase game. He was going to come on today, had to reschedule for next Saturday. He's coming on at 10 a.m. next Saturday, Joey. Mike Riddleman of the CGS Showcase game. We will be interviewing him next Saturday. So that's going to be fun. We'll get to interview Mike Riddleman. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Because with Jim Nagy leaving the Senior Bowl to go to Oklahoma, it opens up a lot of avenues to what's going to happen with these college all-star games, Joey. There's also rumors that the Hula Bowl was investigated for scamming people back in December, according to John Vogel. So, it's going to be fun to see what happens with the Hula Bowl, what happens with the Senior Bowl now that Nagy's gone. Does Eric Galko jump ship from the Shrine Bowl to the Senior Bowl? If he does, the Shrine Bowl will have an opening too. It's going to be really interesting to see how this whole senior all-star, college all-star games, how they play out in the next couple months. Who takes over for the Senior Bowl? That's going to be very interesting to see what happens. You want to comment on that quickly before I sign off? Why is the camera turning black on Restream? I did not. Oh, I clicked another tab. All right, I'll X out some tabs. Fine, Restream, you win. I'll X out some tabs. Just don't turn the screen black, okay? I promise I'll sign off. I promise I'll X out some tabs. Just don't turn my screen black when I'm about to sign off. Don't do that. I will X out some tabs. I promise. I pinky swear, okay? Just don't do that. We're this close to the show being done. All right, so who do you think is going to take over the Senior Bowl for 2026? It's going to be interesting to see what happens with these all-star games. Because I would think we're going to start seeing some other people emerge. It's interesting. They're saying Gruden could take over the Senior Bowl. That'd be fun. I'm not going to lie. That would be a lot of fun if they gave Gruden the Senior Bowl. Because I think Gruden would have a freaking blast with that. Because remember the Gruden grinders from back in the day with the college prospects? That was a lot of fun. So if you gave Gruden the Senior Bowl, I think he could do a lot with that. But that's just one rumor I read on Google. They did like a 5 candidates to take over for Jim Nagy article, and the top name on the list is John Gruden. I just think that would be an interesting addition, interesting pivot. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I just think that'd be a very interesting and entertaining pivot with Gruden running the Senior Bowl, because I could see it. If he stays at Barstool and then he keeps recruiting players, I could see him helping the NFL in that capacity, to where he's not working directly with a team, but he does have some role, some influence still within the league. So, if a team doesn't want to hire Gruden, I could see him doing something like the Senior Bowl and just knocking it out of the park. Maybe not to the degree Nagy did, but I could see Gruden having success running the Senior Bowl if that's the guy they end up picking. I don't think that's the guy they'll pick, but I do think that's an interesting, entertaining rumor regardless. All right, what do you want to add to that before we sign off? Because it's almost 3 p.m. I'm ready to sign off. I'm just Xing out some tabs before I sign off.
Gruden was very good at what he did. Very good coach. He's very good at breaking down tape. I think if that was the direction they want to go, he'd be a very good fit.
I mean, that wouldn't be a bad direction to go in, but I don't know if there's a better direction to go in at this point either. I mean, it's either you could promote Galko, it's Gruden. I don't know who else would it be in the running. Maybe, I don't think they're going to bring back Phil Savage. Michael Lombardi's now the GM for North Carolina football. Belichick's the head coach. As cool as it would be to see Belichick doing something like this, he's not going to do something like this. I don't know who else they would pick. Gruden, Galko would be the top 2 that come to mind, but I don't know who else Senior Bowl's considering. I think the Mannings would be fun, because if you had Peyton and Eli Manning hosting the Senior Bowl, they could pick teams. Peyton and Eli could pick teams for the Senior Bowl and coach the guys up like the Manning Academy back in the day. Maybe they still do the Manning Academy, but like that would add an entertainment element to the Senior Bowl if you had the Mannings hosting it and each coaching a team. I think those would be the Gruden, the Mannings, Eric Galko are the top 3 candidates. I don't know who else would enter the conversation at this point, but we'll find out in due time, because I'm sure whoever was an assistant to Nagy with like the Senior Bowl, the recruiting, and the in-office stuff, they'll be temporarily in charge until they find a permanent fit. I'm guessing. I don't know. I really can't comment on that situation. I don't have enough information to accurately assess that, but we'll see what happens. But yes, that's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. We are signing off. Enjoy your Saturday.